everyone, welcome back to NHAC TV. Tonight we're on for the second matchup of the night as we are going to be taking on the Kehewin Eagles versus Frog Lake. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, as I do not have the roster for Frog Lake, so I will not be able to tell you the players' numbers, or the players' names, excuse me. However, regardless, it's going to be an excellent matchup to watch. We've got Captain Jeffrey Badger of the Eagles set to take off the draw as he wins it back for his squad. Over to defenseman Rabbit. Holds the puck, tries to shoot it, but it gets tipped up. Now the Eagles in their own zone. Moving play up ice. It's going to get turned over on the blue line as Frog Lake dumps it to the other side of the ice. Frog Lake to the point, slap shot whiffs on the puck as the Eagles come up the ice the other way. Rabbit moving his way through the blue line. Dumps it in, down low. First to retrieve it is Badger behind the net. Quick shot by Badger, quickly scooped up and absorbed there by goaltender for Frog Lake. As we've got an exciting matchup here as the second one of our 4 games to go, or 3 games after this one. Mind you, there's 2 25-minute periods that run for this matchup. So just 2 halves for the night as the Eagles try to keep it in their own zone. Now they're going to dump it just past the red line. Frog Lake retrieves in their own end, tries to make a move, but can't quite get past Badger, who takes a shot on net. It's going to get gloved by Frog Lake. Now to take the draw for the Eagles, Dylan John. In the right side of the ice. Up along the boards now to Eagles defensemen, who they move it up through the blue line. Fight for the puck on the right side corner. Comes back to the point, shot just whistled wide of the net. Rebound opportunity gets tucked away from Frog Lake. So now there's a fight in the corner for the puck. Frog Lake comes out with it. It's going to get stopped at the blue line. A quick shot on net goes wide of the net. Frog Lake shooting it, doesn't quite hit the player that it was intended for, and that'll be called icing. They'll have to head all the way back into their own zone. Eagles win it back. Slap shot from the point, but it's going to get picked off, and a breakaway opportunity here for Frog Lake. Coming up ice, tries to go 5-0, but a great save there by Creighton John. Kehewin Eagles pushing the pace of play, but a tough turnover on the blue line led to a breakaway opportunity the other way. It's number 41 for Frog Lake there, tries to tuck it in 5-hole. As now the Eagles coming up ice, specifically Hymanek dumps it in. Behind the net to play it was Frog Lake. As it gets turned over on the right side. Frog Lake moving it up ice. Over to the Eagles defenseman. Through the neutral zone. Too slow to the puck there, but they'll keep possession as they head in. At neutral ice. Blocked in and carried by Stone. Stone on his backhand loses the puck in the corner. Stone tries to center it, but it's going to get intercepted. As now it'll go down the ice. And shot up once again by Frog Lake in the neutral zone. Another turnover. Back to Eagles possession. Rabbit with a quick shot tries to go through the legs. Just misses wide of the target. Pushing through center ice is Frog Lake. Taking a shot off the shin pads. As now it goes back to the point. Slap shot. Great pad save there by John.
Few whacks with the sticks in the neutral zone as it'll come back to Frog Lake's defenseman in their own zone. Tries to pass it up, gets picked off center ice. A few stick lifts there, but Jeffrey Badger comes out. Captain with a slap shot and a windmill-like save by the Lakes of the Frog Lake netminder. And I believe it's run time till about 5 minutes to go in the second frame if it's a close one. And a broken stick here off the draw. As the Eagles trying to move it through center ice. McCarthy with speed into his own zone. Trying to tuck it short side. Backhand off the post. Trying to recenter it there. Good move to evade the check there by number 19 of Frog Lake as they enter their offensive zone. Pushed into the goaltender, but Creighton John makes another excellent save, keeping this game tied at 0. Both these teams have played a game so far in the tournament, both losing, so they're 0-1 each, very much needing a win on both sides. Eagles win it back as they move up ice. From Ryan Badger, tries to poke it through neutral ice, but here's a turnover. Now Frog Lake on the backhand, just misses the net. Trying to bring it back to their D, makes a move. Good check there in the corner with space behind the net. Captain of Frog Lake trying to evade a few poke checks from Eagles defensemen. So now it comes to the point. Quick shot, tips up high, but Creighton John feels it in the crest and is able to hold it. Eagles holding some retro Washington Capitals Screaming Eagle jerseys. As earlier on today, we actually saw Anaheim Ducks logo versus a Heritage Classic Oilers style jersey as that matchup ended earlier around 4:30 today. At the face-off, Ethan Badger. Quite a few Badgers here on the Eagles. It's a win for Frog Lake. To their right side D, slap shot, tipped and into the netting. As once again, they'll retry that offensive zone face-off for Frog Lake. It's going to be a win for the Eagles. And a pick off here, pass, shoot, scores! Frog Lake off the turnover, gets a quick pass off there, as it's going to be number 70 potting in the first one for this matchup. Now, according to the play-by-play, number 70 is the same as Draven Waskahat, number 17 on the official roster. So whether or not it's just a jersey mix-up that they're having right now or whatever the case be, I believe we can say that Draven Waskahat has the first goal of the hockey game for Frog Lake. Jeffrey Badger to take off the draw. He wins it once again. He's got a mean stick on the face-off. Passing it up ice. McCarthy to left side boards for Young Chief. Tries to send it up ice. It's going to get intercepted. but Young Chief pushes it through. Now Frog Lake hands it up ice through the blue line on the right side, thinking about shooting, does, and scores. Top shelf above the left shoulder of Creighton John as 86. Face-off win once again for Captain Jeffrey Badger as they dump it in. Frog Lake up ice with a head full of steam through the blue line. Tries to cut middle. And now the Eagles tries to push it through center ice. And now once again with speed, a 3-on-2. Looking for that center ice once again, but it's going to get turned over and passed. McCarthy through neutral ice. Tries to make a move. Comes out with the puck. McCarthy shooting. Rips one just wide of the net. It's going to get sent the length of the ice for icing as Frog Lake will have to take another draw in their own zone. That last goal scored by Waskahat once again. Different brother, however. Gets flicked up into the netting. Referee quickly blows that down. So brothers Cash Waskahat and Draven Waskahat each have one goal in the game. As coming up ice with a quick shot. It's going to get gloved by Creighton John. Winning it back is Frog Lake, but a little too much power on that draw win, and blowing a tire here as a turnover opportunity here for the Eagles. Had no speed, however, so Frog Lake's able to pick it off and move through neutral ice. Tries to make a move. Hits off his skate, now ends up behind the net. Centering pass, shot, but read it all the way was Creighton John as he makes a great save. 12 minutes, 20 seconds to go as it's currently 2-0 for Frog Lake. At the draw, Dylan John wins it back as Ryan Badger moves it forward to Cole McKay. Gets turned over to Frog Lake as they look to head up ice. Picked off at neutral ice. Once again, McCarthy. Frog Lake now. 2-on-1 opportunity. Passes it. Good stick there. Still gets the shot away. Hits the side of the net. As now, once again, Dylan John moves up for the Eagles. Off the stick of the netminder for Frog Lake as he rims it around the boards. Keeping it in is Rabbit. Can't quite hold the line, though, however, as Frog Lake now gets a chance the other way. McCarthy with some good defense forces a wide shot, but Frog Lake's able to keep it in. Good toe drag move there on the backhand. Pass out in front, shoots, scores. Believe that was Peter Horse, number 34 on the ice, as he had an assist on the first goal of the game. Showed some great patience there. Gave a pretty far-fetched shot, but it ended up leading to a great opportunity. As now the Eagles just miss it. It's going to be an icing here. So they'll have to head all the way back into their own zone. Of the previous matchups, the Eagles have seen more scoring in this tournament so far. However, also allowed many more goals than the Frog Lake team. As the Frog Lake matchup was a much more close one. Still 4-goal lead for the other team in the end. Frog Lake holds it in. With a shot opportunity, decides to make a backhand pass, but ends up nowhere. As once again, far side, slap shot, just bounces over the stick there. Now to the D. Passing over to right side. Takes a shot tip, and it hits off the glass. As once again, left D over to the right side. Shooting. Gets through everyone other than Creighton John, who's able to cover it up. Face-off win for Frog Lake. Waits and fires as he had plenty of time to wind up that shot. And then pinned along the right side boards. It's going to come out Eagles puck. Ethan Badger with it. Headlining up ice. It's going to bounce off a player and go to Frog Lake's defenders in their own zone. Tries to move it through neutral ice. It's a 2-on-1. Frog Lake tries to flick it up top shelf once again, but it hits off the glass and ends up on the left side to their defenseman. Slap shot from distance off the pad of Creighton John into the right side corner. That's where it stays as they're moving it and cycling it down low. Good spin move here, but loses control of the puck as a big hit there from Stone. Now Frog Lake comes out with it. Almost had a break opportunity. However, instead, the Eagles come the other way. 2-on-2. What a move there. Badger with some nifty stuff on his defender. Unfortunately, doesn't come away with the shot on net as Frog Lake now 2-on-2. Pulls it up. Slap shot just off the stick, but it doesn't get everything you wanted off that shot. A few quick passes as this Frog Lake team has really been showing that they are a tough opponent. They've had some good crisp passing so far in this game, and they seem to be handling the pace of play so far, especially with their speed. Whether or not they can hold that through the 50 minutes of play, we will have yet to see. It's going to be a face-off win for Frog Lake as they send it to their D. Shoots it down low, behind the net, trying to center it, but it's going to get blocked there. Still down low. Pushing it out to center, but it still comes back down low and Frog Lake's possession. A good steal here off the boards for Dylan John. Passing it, great, onto the stick of McKay. Can't quite get the shot away as it's going to be tipped up into the netting for a stoppage of play. Just a reminder to purchase some 50/50 tickets online at NHAC.ca. As everything you might need there, whether it be rosters, names, scores of any teams that you're cheering for in this tournament, it's all there. Face-off win for the Eagles. Comes back to the defender who just fires immediately. Now it's down low. Good shot opportunity in front of the net. Can't quite pull the trigger. Now Frog Lake moves it up ice. Dumps it low, but first to retrieve it is Chaden Rabbit. Rabbit moves it. A hard pass. Can't quite be handled. As after that, Jordan Gadwell goes off for a change. Frog Lake sends a wide backhand in the corner. Some good moves here. Stays with the puck. It's now the point. Passing over to left side. Back to the point. Far side pass. Can't quite handle it. Goes back to center. Tried for the one-timer. Left side point. Shoots off a body, but it just whistles wide of the net. Wide open net. Tries to center it. Can't quite pull the trigger as it gets fanned on. As I was saying, this Frog Lake squad sure has their set of passing plays in their pocket that they've been pulling out. Eagles captain Jeffrey Badger tries to make a move behind the net. Makes a centering attempt, but it's going to get picked off as, once again, Frog Lake moves it up. A 3-on-1 opportunity. Pass over to the right side. Tries to backhand it in front. Quick shot. What a save by Creighton John. Following that puck the whole way. Doesn't quite bounce out. So now Frog Lake continues to make their passes. This one a little too hard as it flutters out of the zone. A good poke check there by Captain Jeffrey Badger. He's got a break to the net. Shoots from distance. A good pad save there by Frog Lake's netminder. First two, it's going to be Badger, but he'll lose the puck in an attempt to pass it. It's Frog Lake with numbers the other way. Passing over to the right side. Down below the net. Tries to flick it over to the other side of the ice. Doesn't quite reach the intended target, but it's going to come back to them. Backhand. Good cycling here for Frog Lake as they get tangled in a mess in the right side corner. Few stick lifts here. A big check attempt there as Badger loses his stick as the puck flutters down the length of the ice. Quick pass from Frog Lake, who still have possession of the puck. With speed, 90 blasts through the defensive zone, but he's dropped by Ryan Badger. Now Bryden Hamonic kept in by Frog Lake. Hamonic, though, pushes it up ice as Dylan John has a shot right into the crest, and it's going to be pushed out. And now 2-on-1 for Frog Lake the other way. Shooting off the post and wide of the net. Another 2-on-1 the other way. This time, Dylan John. It's going to get poke checked away, however, by the one defender straggling behind for Frog Lake. As the referees raise their hand for an icing call, but they're going to wave it off. Eagles, a long stretch feed, goes down the length of the ice with not a single player to touch it, which means that's going to be icing. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this first period. We've got ourselves an entertaining one, to say the least. Eagles win it and pass behind the net. Good stick there to keep it in for Frog Lake. Over to the left side, looking for a centering pass. He'll keep it and rim it around the boards. Tries to throw it through a player, but doesn't quite get through the traffic. A long shot tipped off the stick of Shaden Rabbit and in the back of the net. That's going to be number 44 on the ice for Frog Lake. Extends their lead now to 4. Goal scored there by Dean Quinney. Number 44 on the ice. As it's going to be fought for, ends up Frog Lake possession after that center ice draw. Alexa pass it down the ice. It's going to be tipped in. Frog Lake's going to be first to it. Going to come over as Eagles try to push through the neutral zone, but it's going to get turned over at the blue line. Frog Lake passes it off with a step to the net. A good shot there off the crest of goaltender Creighton John. Back to the point, slap shot. Good pad save there as it's going to get flicked down the ice. No icing, however, as it was caught in the glove of a Frog Lake defender. Pushed up ice on the right side. Back. Shooting off the pad. Couldn't get the extra shot as a good stick lift there by Terrence Gadwa. Now to the defense for Frog Lake. Over to the right side. They're calling a penalty on that one as the whistle goes and fists begin to fly. A big cross check from behind there. As Chris Badger is going to be kicked off the ice for a illegal cross check to the numbers. And number 46, Chaden Rabbit, who was the original person in the scrum. I thought he was going to head to his bed for a sec there. But the period ends, and I'm assuming he's going to get a penalty along with the Frog Lakes player. Not quite sure how long these players have for their break between the periods coming up on the next period. However, I can tell you that the next game we're going to have is going to be the Big Stone Eagles versus the Bearspaw First Nation. Now, this is in the 18-plus category, or a division of the senior provincials, native provincials tournament. As we got 25 more minutes to go in this game, 4-0 currently for Frog Lake. If the Eagles want a chance at this game, they're going to have to play at one heck of a second half. Mind you, there's been plenty of times here that Frog Lake has been dominating possession of play, but I will also mention that it does seem like they have the speed in this matchup at the very least. The Kehewin Eagles, have been a solid team when they're in the offensive zone. They're able to cycle it quite well, and it's not like they're not hitting their passes or anything. But when it comes to just the raw skating ability of this Frog Lake group, it really seems like they're just the faster group so far in this matchup, and I think that's what's given them the leg up in this game so far. It's not to say that Creighton John hasn't been great either. He has. We've made some great saves off of breakaways, 2-on-1s, centering feeds. As it looks like they're going to have some discussions with the referee. The last matchup that the Kehewin Eagles played was Peavine. They all lost 9-2. That was today, mind you, as this is their second game for either squad. On the other side, however, Frog Lake, not too much of a different story. They lost 5-1 in their matchup. So both teams coming off a loss already today, looking to get their first win of the tournament. As I believe it's actually the referees that are currently the ones that are kind of stalling the game out. Whether or not it's usually this long for those intermission times. However, they're explaining to Captain Jeffrey Badger maybe what happened on the play and the reason for the calling. Obviously, Chris Badger's no longer going to be out on the ice. He's kicked off for the game. It is worth mentioning that according to the play-by-play, actually, Chris Badger is only given a 3-minute minor for cross-checking. So they're going to put that on the clock. And obviously that's not worth that's not a misconduct, so you shouldn't leave the ice if that actually is the case, whether or not they're going to give misconduct with that call. And to serve with it, I'm assuming that's what the call was, as they've got currently in the box Brighton John to serve the 3-minute minor, along with the original calls, which I'm assuming are coincidentals, as there aren't any more penalties on the clock currently. Of course, as I'm saying that, they actually do have 2 3 minutes on either side, so only got 4 players out for Eagles. They got 5 out for Frog Lake, as it's going to be a 5-minute major on the clock. So coincidentals followed by a 5-minute penalty here. And it's going to be 5-on-4 for Frog Lake on the power play. Frog Lake wins it back to start this period as they move it up ice. Through center. And the blue line. Passing it. It's going to get picked off and backhanded down the ice by captain Jeffrey Badger. Frog Lake backhands it. Trying to spark Frog Lake for a slingshot opportunity on the left side with speed. Shooting, scores! Number 70 with plenty of speed and a head full of steam on the left side is able to drive into that offensive zone and shoot one past Creighton John on the right side. That'll extend the lead now to 5-0 as the power play will continue. Kehewin is able to win the faceoff and send it down the length of the ice. Centering, shooting, and stacking the pads for Frog Lake as he stops a potential short-handed goal opportunity from Frog Lake. That was an amazing save. A good turnover behind the net as Ryan Badger had an opportunity there. Couldn't quite lift it above the pads, however. McCarthy makes a good move, but can't quite send it the length of the ice. Ryan Badger behind his own net. Makes a move to shake off his checker. As the Eagles, remember, they're on the penalty kill. And they'll try to continue this defense. Good move here. Bounces over the stick, centering pass. John wasn't ready for it as he was beat on his left side. However, a tangle of sticks. As a shot there from Dylan John whacks the stick away of the Frog Lakes defender. McCarthy with the puck. Good stop there. Passes it over to his defensive partner and Darius Stone, excuse me. They send it the length of the ice. 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go on this power play. The puck gets turned over once again. A quick shot there as Jeffrey Badger tried to get another short-handed opportunity. Frog Lake coming in. Gets hooked up on the play. And high stick there as Badger came back to do some defense, but instead ends up catching into the face of number 92 for Frog Lake. So it's going to be a 5-on-3 for however long they're able to set this face-up up for. Reminder, it's a run clock until the final 5 of the game if it's a close enough matchup. Face-off win for Frog Lake. It's 4-on-3. Tries to take a shot. That's going to get caught in the right side. Right side corner. They're fighting for it. 2-on-2. To the point for Frog Lake. Slap shot. Makes it through everyone, but bounces behind the net, and it's going to be collected and sent down the ice by Darius Stone. Goaltender for Frog Lake's able to stop it, and they'll begin their headman up ice. Passing it. It's now 5-on-3 for 22 seconds. Over to the left side, down low. Passing out front. Good stick check there by Creighton John to block that center pass. So they'll get down low once again. Pass back up to the point from the ringette line. Shooting blocker save by John. Once again, back to the point. Over to the right side. Above the circle. Now down low. Trying to center that again, but a good stick there by Creighton John from the ringette line. Shooting, as that's going to get tipped aside. Top of the points. Now a 5-on-4 slap shot. Save by Creighton John as he absorbs that puck into his glove with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go on the power play for Frog Lake. They've been successful one time so far this period on the power play, as it's a 5-0 hockey game currently for Frog Lake. It's definitely looking favorable for them. If they can capitalize on this power play, it might just seal it. Ethan Badger tries to make his way up ice, but it gets picked off. 3-on-2 the other way. Splits the D. Almost made a fancy enough move to get a shot on the net, but he couldn't pull the trigger. Now on the right side, down low. Flips it up, fakes the slap shot. High stick on the play as they go to touch it, and the ref blows the whistle down. A lot of action here. Frog Lake is doing a great job cycling the puck and moving them from player to player. Now at the draw, Ethan Badger tries to win it back for the Eagles to finish off this penalty. Shooting it over to the left side boards for Cole McKay. Sends it the length of the ice, and that'll do it for the power play. It's now back even strength for the first time this entire period. Moving it up ice. Frog Lake on the left side spins off his defender, but it gets picked off immediately and sparked for a breakaway. Breakaway opportunity for Dylan John. To the forehand pad, save by the netminder between the pipes for Frog Lake, as once again he makes an excellent save to hold it to a 5-0 hockey game. Captain Jeffrey Badger enters the zone, determined to get one past. Once again, most recent goal scorer, Dallas Saddleback. As now, Eagles shot from distance, specifically Jeffrey Badger, who has been a shining light so far in the offense for the Eagles, despite not being able to capitalize on any opportunities so far. Badger with a good win back. However, first to it is actually Frog Lake as they come up ice. Through the blue line, shot from distance. Would it be covered? It was bobbled there for a moment by Creighton John as he couldn't capture it in the glove at first. But after bobbling it for a bit, he's able to finally secure it in between the pads. Face-off draw, win for the Eagles. Behind the net, Brady Hymanek. Hymanek moves it up to Badger, or excuse me, McCarthy. And now through center. The man on the breakaway, Dylan John, gets stick lifted off the puck. And now Frog Lake once again headmans it through ice. A good between the legs to settle it down here. So he tries to drop pass it into neutral ice. Frog Lake enters the zone once again. Good move here. Shot. Saved by John. But the rebound is collected by the same player as Frog Lake ends up behind the net trying to center it. Good defense there. From the top of the circle, fakes the shot, passes it over to the other side. Shooting from distance, off the post and scores. Once again, number 70, Dravin Waskahat, scores another one. Gets caught up in the skates of the ref at neutral ice. A bouncing buck in neutral zone. Quick shot from the ringette line for Frog Lake as they keep it in the offensive zone. From behind the net, spins around into the skates of Terrence Gadwa. He's unable to keep it. It's going to get turned over. Shot just under the pad of Creighton John. If you're just joining us now on NHAC TV, we've got a 6-0 hockey game for Frog Lake as they send a quick one on net. And this is the final period as there's only about 2 halves in each hockey game. From the point off the pads, down low. Trying to center it. It's going to get picked off here by Ethan Badger. Moves it up ice to Rory Youngchief, who flicks it up and is into the hands of the Frog Lake defenders. They send it down the length of the ice. It's going to be picked up by Ryan Badger. Tries to shoot it up ice for Brighton John, but he gets it stolen from him as it's now sent the length of the ice by Frog Lake for another icing. One thing about this Frog Lake squad is they've got some hard passes, some crisp ones at that do end up on the stick, but if they don't, and they do miss by ever so many inches, it's a long skate to recover it, and a lot of the times that means icings for them. Behind the net, Frog Lake shoots it up with speed in the zone, shooting on the netminder. Creighton John once again is able to absorb it in his crest. 13 minutes to go in this hockey game. It's going to be a face-off win, Eagles. They'll send it all the way down the ice for another defensive zone draw. Win for Frog Lake. Quick pass off the, trying to one-time it on the backhand as they get a quick shot from a tight angle, goes off the post. Frog Lake to their D. Over to the right side. Shooting. Good path save there by John. Comes out to the Eagles as now Cole McKay passes it off to Lane Youngchief. Can't quite keep the puck. Gets poked in down low by McCarthy. It's a race to the puck. Dylan John isn't first to it as the Frog Lake squad will come up with the puck. Good move here to get on the backhand as he stick lifts and stays with it. Now in the right side corner. Out comes Frog Lake with the puck. Bouncing it out front. Just off the post there was Creighton John. But now it's all the way back to center ice for Frog Lake. Passing it a long ways So now he gives another one, tries through the legs, but just fans on the final shot. Was one move away from a highlight reel goal. McCarthy with some great moves along the boards. All game he's been trying them, and to a quite highly successful degree. Ethan Badger. Just past the red line, dumps it in down low. Behind the net. They get pressured, but Frog Lake once again makes a successful breakout and dump in all the way down the ice. Rabbit is first to the puck, and he tries to spark Brady Hymanek for a breakaway, but it sends the length of the ice, and first to it are Frog Lake defenders. Gets picked off by the captain at the neutral zone, and now once again, Young Chief almost had a chance, or excuse me, Dylan John did. However, it got turned over at the blue line, and the other way, a quick shot. Creighton John with a glove save on his side of the ice. As we've just crossed the final 10 minutes. Right side corner. Moves it up to the behind the red line. Goal line, rather. Jeffrey Badger begins the movement up in the neutral zone, but it bounces just above the stick of Brighton John, who didn't seem too pleased about it. Frog Lake barreling into the offensive zone, tries to poke it in the corner. Ryan Badger's first to it for the Eagles. A few bodies in the way as it gets turned over. As goes once again to captain Jeffrey Badger, sends it quickly up ice to Brady Hymanek. Hymanek gets it stolen by two-time goal scorer number 70. Makes a good toe drag move in neutral ice to push off a few defenders. However, he's going to get called for offside. Face-off win here. Over to Frog Lake's defenders, trying to push it up ice. Passes it over to Jeffrey Badger. Moves it to the right side boards. Once again, another flick down low for Cole McKay. A fan shot here is an opportunity for the Eagles. However, in the left side boards, they're going to cough it up. A cross-crease save there, but unable to pull the trigger, as that was a first shot for the Eagles in a while, as it came from Timothy John. Now on the right side offensive zone for the Eagles. Jeffrey Badger wins a quick shot from the point. Slap shot. First to it. Jordan Gadwa can't quite handle it. It's now Frog Lake all the way down. Behind the net. Whacks it. And now for a breakaway. Cole McKay. McKay to the forehand fans on the shot, and it just goes right side of the net. Tries to push it through the blue line. They're going to be called offside, but it's just delayed as they'll go and retry in the neutral zone. On the backhand, spins, shoots, just about, but some better sticks in defense there by Ryan Badger. Badger spins off his defender. Over to neutral ice. With speed, Dylan John enters the zone. John on the left side. Few whacks there for the stick. Tries to wrap around. Sharp angle shot. It's going to be covered up and saved. For a game that's something of a blowout in sense 6-0, however, it definitely has been entertaining as both sides have had their fair share of chances. Frog Lake, quick shot, whistles wide. You could hear that boards rattle as the Eagles look to get it out of their zone and break out. McCarthy with speed on the right side. Tries to handle the puck, but he can't quite keep up the pace with the defender. Good flutter pass there. So it ends up behind the net for Dylan John. Tries to whack and center it. McCarthy shooting into the crest of the goaltender. Still looking for their first goal of the hockey game with 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go. In the left side. Backhands it up. Slap shot from the point just off target. Gets caught up in the skates of a Frog Lake player. Good move here with a lane to the net. Can't quite get the shot away as Frog Lake with speed back the other way. Shooting from distance as Creighton John flashes the leather to settle it down for the final 5 of the hockey game. And it's going to be a face-off win for Frog Lake as they'll pass it. Long shot, scores. Number 90 on Frog Lake sends a ripper from the ringette line, and they'll call game there as both teams go and head to their goaltenders to give them a pat on the back for a great performance. That was Kehewin Eagles versus Frog Lake here on NHAC Live TV. We've got another game coming up soon enough. It's going to be the Big Stone Eagles versus the Bearspaw First Nation. And I will be back with those hockey teams soon enough. 7-0's the final score, as Frog Lake takes their first win of the tournament. So we'll be back at 7:15 with the next game coverage. I'm Jordan McComb. Thank you all so much for listening to NHAC TV Live. We'll be right back after this short break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here at Castle Downs Arena. I'm Jordan McComb. This is NHAC TV live coming at you with the next matchup of Bearspaw First Nation versus the Big Stone Eagles. This is the Senior Native Provincials, brought to you by MCS Use. And I also, along with this, want to mention that we have currently a 50-50 fundraiser going with a $5,250 jackpot. 100 tickets for $100, 20 for $50, 4 for $20, and 1 for $10. Sales end 2 days and 2 hours from now. So make sure to head on to nhac.ca to get your 50-50 tickets. As the ref blows the whistle, and the second Screaming Eagle jerseys we've seen today, this time they're in blue. The Big Stone Eagles are taking on the Bearspaw First Nation. We've done so far one full game prior to this and a bit of the one before that too. This is our third game of the night for the broadcast. If you're just joining us, we finished 2 games prior to this. As a quick opportunity here, Bearspaw trying to move it out of their own zone. Stolen just past the blue line through neutral ice. Blaze passes the blue line. Blaze House tries to backhand feed it in front of the net for Reginald Ryder, but it's going to get turned over for Travis Goulian the other way. Goulian on the backhand. Wraps around the net. Now, don't let the colors confuse you. The goalie in blue is actually the Bearspaw First Nation goaltender. So it's going to be blue jerseys scoring on blue goaltender, white scoring on black. As Reginald Ryder shoots it down the ice as it rims around the boards. A long feed there to the left side for 97, Ethan Look. It's going to get paddled aside by Tristan Bearspaw. As headman up ice. Picked off there. LaRoche coming up the ice on the backhand. Couldn't make the final move. Makes a long feed pass, shooting off the pad. Rebound there. And we've got ourselves a bit of a scrap early in this one. And some fists thrown there. And it's some vigorous shaking there as he had the jersey. As punches are thrown in the middle of the scrum. Mohican LaRoche was the victim of that play as he steps on the stick, actually. Tristan Dixon's going to go to the box for the aggressor in the play alongside Riley Dixon. Brothers in hand, and both going to be spending 3 minutes in the penalty box together. Of course, on the other side, we've got Mohican LaRoche and what looks to be Dwayne Auger as well. Referees currently discussing what the calls on the play are going to be as both sides are awaiting a final verdict. Not even 5 minutes into this first period, we had ourselves a bit of a physicality coming through. Not just physicality, but basically a full-blown fight. They're not going off for fighting, but they were throwing punches in the middle of a scrum. Referees having a word with Jarvis Dixon. The last brother, currently only one out of the box. Or excuse me, actually, whether or not they're all brothers, We have 6 Dixons on Bearspaw First Nations roster. So I'm going to, for the Dixons, refer to them mainly as the first name to avoid confusion. The clock continues to wind down as it's run time until that second half, final 5 minutes if it's close. And they're going to give a 5-on-5 as the final, or excuse me, 5-on-4. 5-on-4, yes, excuse me, as you're not the only ones who were deceived by that one. 5-on-4 power play for the Eagles as they win it back to defenseman Houle. Over to the left side. Back to Houle. Bounces off the stick as it's tipped to the right side corner. Back up top. Houle, another blocked stick there by Jay, as Jay Dixon made a few stick saves there. Houle from the point, fans on it. Shoots almost in the glove of Tristan Bearspaw, but he couldn't quite handle it. So now it's on the left side boards. Behind the net, first to it. Bounces off the referee's skate and shoved to the ice. There was Rathbone, but it's going to be kept in. Jackson back over Oaksmow, misses the net. Rebound opportunity, and it was close as Tyrese Holloway decided to, rather than putting it out of there, give it to his goaltender, Tristan Bearspaw, for the cover. And I think they just got a penalty as Big Stone Eagles is now headed to the box. That's going to be number 16, Lyndon Rathbone. And they just whistled again, so I don't know if they're grabbing another person. Yes, they are. Jarvis Dixon.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, thank you.
Now on the right side corner, just left of Tristan Bearspaw. They're going to take it with 1 minute 22 seconds left on the power play. Shooting from distance, rebound opportunity. Nearly squeaks through, but a good blocker save there by Bearspaw. Slap shot from distance. Tries to get the backdoor feed. This time it'll successfully get on his stick, and he'll shoot it in front of the net. It's loose. Whacking at it there was Gullion, but Tristan Bearspaw will be able to cover, as the ref has had to be trigger happy in this one with the whistle. Both teams are eager to throw some punches and physicality out here early. Both teams very motivated to win in this one. A quick shot after the draw. It's going to hit the netting up high as Darian Look will now have to set up for once again another offensive zone draw. 25 seconds to go in this power play. Comes back. Gullion tries to go on the backhand to Huel. Long shot, scores! Daytona Huel. Whether or not that was tipped in front of the net, I'm not quite sure, but Huel is going to take the front runner of the handshake line, and I'm going to assume that he's going to get the first of the matchup. 16 minutes to go. It's a 1-0 hockey game, for the Big Stone Eagles. It's now back to even strength. And off the draw, quickly picked off his feet there. A quick shot the other way. Blaze House was just clothesline almost. Off the face-off draw. Backhand here. Scramble in front of that. Quick rebound opportunity. But Shane Auger couldn't capitalize on it. Auger in the left side corner. Back to his D-man. Spinning off his pressure. A look. Tries to send one on net. Off the pads of House. Backhands it up the ice, but it's going to get picked off by defenseman Damian Cardinal. He loses it. On the blue line. Couldn't keep it in the zone was Bearspaw. Cardinal spins up ice for Darian a look. A look now. Cross feed, shoots, blocker save there off a ripper from Big Stone. Passing it over to Big Stone once again. Sends one quick to the net. A backhand attempt there as a cover up by Tristan Bearspaw once again, as the referee had his hand up for a delayed call a while back there, and he's going to point over to Blaze House, I believe, or rather, excuse me, Daniel Dixon. Is going to head to the box for a very crowded penalty room. Currently 4 players in the box for Bearspaw First Nation, 2 in for the Big Stone Eagles. They're going to wait for the clock to begin running, as it's a bit late to show up, but be aware it's a current 5-on-4 power play opportunity for Big Stone Eagles. From the point, Hewell, a long shot, worked last time. This time ends up in the crest of Tristan Bearspaw, as they'll line up for another offensive zone draw for the Big Stone Eagles. And they're going to send off a player who originally came on the ice, but it would have been too many men there, so headlining up the ice, Baptiste. Good chance here, but too many sticks in the way, as LaRoche moves it up ice and passes it down low. First to it, Powderface loses it behind the net, centering feed. Lyndon Jackson, however, couldn't get a hold of that one. Lyndon Jackson with a great sticklet at neutral ice. Passes over to LaRoche. LaRoche, what a move! Backhand rebound. None of them went through Bearspaw, but he fooled everyone else. LaRoche cross feed, rebound opportunity. Bearspaw once again covers up in front of his own net. Plenty of rebounds, plenty of room, but Bearspaw stands tall to keep this game score to a minimum. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that goal was actually called off for high sticking earlier on. So they did end up going to the thing, however, so far as yet to register on the official website or scoreboard. Sorry if I missed that. I didn't realize the referees had waved that off. Now to the point, a look. Passing for backdoor, backhand shot on net. Tristan, once again, able to follow the puck perfectly, as Oakmow wishes he could have that opportunity once again. And at the face-off draw, Tyrese Holloway taking on Oakmow. Win for Holloway, as it's going to be sent all the way down the ice. No icing, as there's still a man down. Darian a look, head manning this power play as he'll head in with speed. A look, tries to cut middle, quick shot, scores! Dion Rathbone pots one in off of a blocked shot, rebound opportunity. And I think the fans are upset at what seemed to be a Bearspaw player slapping the stick of Darian a look as he passed by the boxes. It's going to go back to 5-on-5 hockey as the Eagles win it back for a look as they shoot it up ice. It's going to be tipped in by Oakmow, who's going to be first to the puck, putting pressure behind the net. It's going to get knocked up ice and off the boards here for Blaze House. Not enough speed. It's going to get knocked back to Daniel Dixon. Dixon gets it rubbed off him, and captain Dion Rathbone did not like that as he winced in pain off of a pretty bad slash there. Overshooting. Another good save there by Bearspaw. Trying for a big check there as the referees once again whistle it down.
You know the score though? Because I don't think they do. Just been randomly changing it. It was 0-0 for how long, and then it's up to.
Who's guessed?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe just leave it at 0-0
Behind the net. The Eagles shoot it up ice. Goulian makes it through his defender behind the net. Goulian gets shoved off the puck as Jonathan LaBelle now moves up ice for Bearspaw. Loses it on the blue line. Good poke checks there as Goulian comes out with it. Toe drag shot flutters high of the net. Now Bearspaw breaks out of their zone. Big check on the right-hand side. For left-hand, excuse me. As Tristan pushes it behind the net. Trying to shoot it up ice, excuse me. Bounces over the stick of Baptiste is the intended target. And they'll get called out for an icing here on the power play. 2 minutes to go on the power play. Looks like they're having a bit of scoreboard trouble, both online and on the scoreboard. Tristan Dixon moves in through the blue line. Dixon with possession. Makes a move around his player as it's going to get sent down the length of the ice there by Michael Cardinal. Tristan behind his net to settle down the puck for Powderface. Powderface, long pass up the ice. Good drop feed there, but just gets through the stick. And now Michael Cardinal with a step to the net. Cardinal on the forehand, shoots it, but to play the puck immediately was Tristan there. As the net runs off its rings. And up ice comes Riley Dixon. Dixon with not enough speed, bounces it off the boards. And Bearspaw to chase. It's going to come out to Jackson. Lyndon Jackson, toe drag, shooting through the legs of Dennis Powderface. But Bearspaw, Tristan, that being the goaltender, was able to find and track it right into his crest. 35 seconds to go on this power play for the Bearspaw First Nation. It's going to be man up ice for another Tristan Dixon dumping. Good move here for the Eagles to exit the zone. Long feed into the skates of Big Stone. Unable to keep it in. Riley Dixon sends it down the length of the ice once again for Tristan Dixon to chase. Tristan Dixon back up to his point. Elijah Bearspaw shooting. Great pad save there. As they once again try to center. It's loose. They're going to call it. I'm not sure. It was just in the pads. Whether or not that passed the line. I thought it did. But it looks like it was kept out by the netminder in between the pipes for the Big Stone Eagles. Or excuse me, for Bearspaw First Nation. The Eagles are lucky with that one, and now I can confirm to you all that that was a goal initially, the first one that came in the period, as it is 2-0 Big Stone Eagles. I thought it wasn't there because the official Ramp website had yet to correct itself. However, it's a 2-0 hockey game for the Eagles. Excuse me if I put you on the edge of your seat for any fans watching at home for the Eagles. However, it's 2-0 with 5 minutes to go in this first period. Or first half, rather, I should probably be saying, as there's just 2 halves in a hockey game for this tournament. And picked off at the neutral ice for a look with speed right into the glove of Tristan Bearspaw, who flashes the leather on that one. A look just had a insane jump of energy there as he was able to beat a defender off of what looked like almost no extra effort on the skating. It didn't look like he put anything in it, but he just blasted right by him. Face-off win, however, it's going to get picked off by Tristan Dixon. Shooting up the ice for Reginald Ryder. Back to Dixon, step to the net, couldn't handle the puck as it was bobbling, but had a breakaway opportunity. Once again, Ryder on the left side boards. Tries to dump it down low for Dixon to retrieve. However, first to it is going to be a look. Now it's down low for House. Blaze House from behind the net looking for a centering feed. Blaze House gets pressured. Makes a move. He's still open in the corner. Blaze House centers it. Nobody there, and now it's an odd man rush the other way. 2-on-1. But a back-checking Bearspaw player as a backhand feed. Shooting right into the glove of Tristan Bearspaw. Flashing the leather once again. How many times am I going to say that in this one? As Tristan stands on his 2 feet once again, stopping the puck. He's going to lean on the crossbar after that one. Off the face-off, Oakmow wins it back. Poole dumps it in. Around the boards now, Jonathan LaBelle shooting it up ice. Unable to hand it was Jay Dixon. Jay Dixon was caught delayed offside, so he'll send it back to his D-man in LaBelle. Bounces it off the boards as Tyrese Holloway enters his own zone. Back to LaBelle. Cross ice for Dixon. Jay Dixon tries to center feed for a on-rushing Holloway. It's going to be kept in and quickly covered as he thought about playing it. However, the Eagles netminder elects not to take any risks with this 2-0 lead. Just 20 seconds to go in the power play. Once again, I want to mention 50-50 tickets. Jackpot's now at $5,280. So make sure to get your 50-50 tickets online at NHAC.ca. Now on the dot, a good move here. Bearspaw almost came out with that one. However, right off of the bench comes Rathbone. 2-on-1 opportunity, couldn't handle it. Quick centering feed once again, but a great stick lift there by two young men. Passing up the ice to Riley Dixon. Tries to enter the blue line, but it's going to get cut off. Tristan Dixon now, his turn. Shooting blocker save. Bearspaw keeping Eagles on their toes in their own end. Goes to Ethan a look. Look passes it up for Glode. Off of a Poole rushing. And off the post is now Bearspaw once again the other way. Baptiste loses the puck. Goulian now for Eagles. Goulian, what a move to get the center ice. Goulian fans on the first shot. Doesn't take the second. He waits. Goulian tries to center it to the forehand, but it's going to get poke checked away. Now a fight on the left side boards. Passes it up the ice for Lyndon Jackson in his own zone. Jackson, 40 seconds to go in the period. Moves it up ice. Goulian passing it over, cross back and forth, wide open net shot, but it's going to go wide of the net as Sidney Gladu, couldn't quite get a handle on it. Slap shot from the point, misses wide of the net. 20 seconds to go. Eagles are putting the pressure on in this final few. Good move here, gets in front of the net, scores! Damian Cardinal pots it in off of a great move, finds a lane towards the net and shoots and scores as the final seconds of the first period die down to a close. It's 3-0 for the Big Stone Eagles. We're going to be right back after the break here. Once again, I want to mention a big thanks to our sponsor MCS Use, as well as a reminder to get those 50-50 tickets on a line. Back after the break as the clock began ticking on the second half. 3-0 Big Stone Eagles. If you're just joining us here at Castle Down Arena, we've got a matchup of the Bearspaw First Nation and the Big Stone Eagles here on the Senior Native Provincial Tournament. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Mike was off, but we're back for the second half of this one. As you're listening to NHAC TV. And just a reminder to make sure to grab those 50-50 tickets online, as here comes Bearspaw on the offensive rush. It's going to get turned over. Eagles now. Odd man rush the other way. Gladu passes it off. Shooting. Wide open net, but it's going to get knocked away there by LaBelle just in the nick of time. Blaze House now for Bearspaw. Trying to pass it up for Ryder, but just gets ahead of his stick. Ryder behind the net trying to center one. Good move there as Lyndon Rathbone makes his way. Shot attempt here. Deflects the pass. Quick shot. Hits above the net there as Dion Rathbone had a quality opportunity on the left side. Right side corner. Out with it comes Rathbone. Driving the net and hopping over his stick. It's going to be caught in the pads of Tristan. As if we had a shot counter right now, I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't more than 20 shots on net already in this game. Mind you, that's barely 25 minutes of play time with the run time. And Tristan, despite letting in 3, has had a workout tonight. Off the glass, as Tristan Dixon will settle it down in his own zone. Dixon flips it up ice to be chased by Holloway. Holloway trying to whack it off the stick of the Eagles, as it'll come back to Bearspaw in their own zone. Jarvis Dixon loses the puck, rims it around the boards for LaBelle. Jonathan LaBelle moving it up ice for Riley Dixon, loses it in the neutral zone. Dwayne Auger, slap shot off the stick and in the netting. Tristan Bearspaw loses the stick from a ripper there by Dwayne Auger. Tristan Dixon to take the draw against John McLeod. D-man shooting from distance. Dwayne Auger once again. Now behind the net, McLeod. Moves it over to Ethan. A look over to Dwayne Auger. Auger rims it around the boards to McLeod. John McLeod on the right side corner. Once again cycling the puck as we got a fight here. Looks like it's going to be a little rush. Gets his helmet knocked off as LaRoche gets caught up with 2 young men. And down on the ice, LaRoche and 2 young men getting a bit of a screaming match. LaRoche is going to head to the box. And Daniel Dixon, or excuse me, Matthias, 2 young men as well. And so far, we saw it really early in the first period, and now once again, after almost 25 minutes of play in the to finish out the first period, early once again in the second period, we see the same stuff coming up. After each break, both these teams really like to put the physicality, get them back in the mindset of the game. It's showed in the first period, and once again in the second, we're opening up with some rough stuff. Referees explaining the penalties currently being called on both players. I think it's just going to be 5-on-5 here, but actually the referees sent off a player for Bearspaw. And potentially an instigator call would be my guess. I'll let you guys know as soon as I get it here officially on the Ramp website. But it's going to be a 6-minute penalty for the Eagles as they can begin it in their offensive zone. To the back door, shooting, stick save, rebound opportunity once again. Gloved aside and sent down the length of the ice. As Big Stone had a quality double opportunity. But Tristan has been really good in tight so far this game. Backhand pass here gets onto the tape of ensuing Bearspaw, who gets slashed down to the ice. They want a penalty on the play. And they're going to get it. Shane Auger is going to head to the box for tripping. And that'll at least give 3 minutes of even ice strength for some of this power play, or nullifying for some of this power play for the Big Stone Eagles. Some great skating there by Lyndon Jackson, showing off his edge work as Sidney Gladue heads up ice. Gladue behind the net, circling, centering, wide open, shooting. Great save by Tristan once again. I don't know if it's just ending up right in the crest or if he's just having perfect placement on all these shots. As now Bearspaw might just get a clear on this play. They won't, but they will exit the blue line and keep the puck. Mind you, Eagles power play right now as Bearspaw are circling in their own zone. Long stretch feed for the breakaway. Riley Dixon to the forehand, shooting. A good save there, rebound opportunity, but it's batted away once again by the netminder. Now the other way, ensuing rush for the Eagles. Gullion passing it off to Gladue. Can't quite get a handle on it, and it'll float to Tristan for an easy glove save. 30 seconds left on this power play opportunity for the Eagles. And yet, it's currently 4-on-4 on the ice. So apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think there's a power play currently on. It's now House. Almost get it shot up ice. But instead LaBelle moves it up. Sends it the length of the ice on accident. And it'll be now a defensive zone draw. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes they have the clock ticking, but no odd man players out. As Blaze House will take the draw. Michael Cardinal sends it back to his defenseman. Slap shot from the point. Once again, Blaze House backhanding up the ice. Getting a handle on it was Ryder, but he's going to lose it in neutral ice. Now over to a look. A look, passing it up for Rathbone. Rathbone slap shot wide of the nets. And it goes all the way up ice for a 2-on-1 the other way. Blaze House looking for some reinforcement. Slap shot. Great pad save there on a one-timer by Ryder. Now the other way, slipping and falling as a shot here. Glove save by Tristan Bearspaw on the windmill. Some back and forth action here in the final frame of this hockey game. It's still within the reach of Bearspaw First Nation if they want to grab it. Just 3-0 for the Big Stone Eagles. Just sorting out some penalty issues currently, as once again it's going to be offensive zone draw for the Eagles. Over to a look, tries to send one, but it's going to get ticked off the stick of Tristan Dixon and out of the blue line. They're going to call that offside, as Ethan Aluk was just a couple steps ahead of the puck on that play. 13 minutes, 25 seconds to go as the Big Stone Eagles win the faceoff. Back for a look. Headmanning it in, but some bodies in the way as they're going to get stopped by the hash marks. And now Bearspaw the other way. Baptiste. Some good moves here. And a quick shot, but a even faster whistle as we've got a scrum in the left side corner. It's going to be Sullivan Baptiste and Darian Aluk. It looked like Baptiste was shoving into the face mask of Aluk, however. They're going to send Baptiste to the box alongside Aluk, so both of them with some taunting words there from Baptiste. Apologies if you couldn't see it on the broadcast. Our camera only shows so much from this angle. But there was a bit of a scrap in the left side corner with Baptiste getting a few shots on the face mask. Regardless, it's going to come out to be 5-on-4 on the ice as the Eagles ascend it down like the ice. It's going to be a 3-minute power play for the Bearspaw First Nations. Eagles trying to kill as much time as a blast from Dwayne Auger rims it around the corner, and first to it, it's actually going to be John McLeod who's going to send it down low once again. Successfully killing off nearly half a minute of power play opportunity. Jonathan LaBelle now headmans it up the ice, passing it. Now through neutral zone comes Riley Dixon. Drop feed for Tristan Dixon, who now ends up behind the net. Dixon, backhand pass for Riley. From the point, long shot, trying to find a tip in front of the net was LaBelle. As LaBelle will stop it out at neutral ice for another offensive rush opportunity. Riley Dixon dumps it in. Behind the net, first to it is Dwayne Auger. Rims it around the boards hard enough to send it all the way down the ice for Tristan behind his own net. LaBelle in the corner had to fight for it, as now the Eagles have possession in their offensive zone on the penalty kill. Quick pass, shot, great save by Tristan as LaBelle elects to hand it off to him for a cover-up rather than risk any more defensive zone mishaps. Winning the draw are the Eagles. Back to Auger. Sends one on net. With control in front was Jarvis Dixon, passing it off over. As now House moves it up the ice. Cuts to center. gets it knocked off his stick as Lyndon Jackson finds himself in the right side corner fighting for the puck. Instead, out comes with it as Damian Cardinal moves it up the ice all the way over to, Akmau gets it picked off. Now the other way. Reginald, slap shot. And I believe that went off the face mask of the Eagles netminder and into the netting. Face-off draw win for Bearspaw. Back to the point. Over to the left side. Right in front, shooting with a lot of screen players. Elijah Bearspaw had a pretty good opportunity there. As out coming of the box is the Eagles forward. So he'll elect to change off the end of the penalty, and it'll be sent down the length of the ice. The refs are going to deem that icing. As first to that was Elijah Bearspaw. Once again, just a reminder, head over to NHAC.ca for some 50-50 tickets. Jackpot $5,380. So make sure to head on to NHAC.ca. Moving up the ice are the Eagles. Travis Gillian moves it in. Toe drag shot right into the crest of Tristan. Can't handle the rebound, however. Up and coming Tristan Dixon on the right side. Takes a shot, but is going to get blocked by the stick of Cardinal. Now over with speed. Gullion, 2-on-1 opportunity. Gullion to Gladue. Shoots, scores! One-timer Gladue scoring the 4th goal of the hockey game and putting this one pretty far out of the reach of the Bearspaw First Nation with just 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go in the final period. Baptiste to take the draw up against Cardinal. Cardinal wins it back for Huel. Sends it up for Gladue. Losing it to Jonathan LaBelle behind his own net. LaBelle gets hooked on the play. No call. Pass out front to Gladue. Couldn't quite reach that one. This is going to get hit off. Baptiste in the neutral zone and into the netting. Puck actually ends up in the bleachers just in front of the broadcast booth as the refs are looking for it. But they say that the lucky fan can keep it for now. Or just keep it. Winning it for Dean Rathbone. Passes it off to Dwayne Auger. Over to Rathbone, center ice with speed. Rathbone shooting off the stick of LaBelle. Flutters just above the net. LaBelle and Rathbone firing at each other behind the net. Now goes to the point. Now down low for Rathbone. Tries to center that one. Once again, Rathbone to the point. Slap shot from distance. There's a glove in the way. As now out comes with it is Jay Dixon of Bearspaw. Jay Dixon on the right side passes it up to neutral ice. Losing it was Baptiste. And a long shot there that was behind the red line. So they're going to call it icing from Lyndon Rathbone of the Eagles. Now the Bearspaw First Nation are going to get a chance in the offensive zone. If they want a chance in this hockey game, this is one of those moments where they're going to need something in the next minute and a half if they want any chance of winning this one. Otherwise, it just seems too far a score to come back from. Referee drops the puck. Win for the Eagles. They flick it up high. Trying to glove it down, but with speed now. Ethan a look behind the net, centers it. Off the backhand, couldn't quite pull the trigger. As now behind the net with their own zone possession They'll rim it around the boards. Ryder couldn't handle it, as now the Eagles headman up ice. McLeod backhands it up for LaRoche. He'll shoot it down low. Back up for a look. Tries to cross it. It's going to get picked off by Ryder. Ryder with a step to the net. Shooting from distance. Bar down. Scores! Reginald Ryder breathes some life into this Bearspaw First Nation squad as they've got to get 3 more with 4 minutes to go. If they can average 1 a minute, then they're looking at a potential huge comeback. At center, a draw. I do know if it gets close enough, they will stop the clock for whistles. But it gets knocked out of bounds, and I guess 3 is just too far away for them to do that. It's going to be a defensive zone draw for Bearspaw First Nations. It's going to get knocked down to be kept in. Referee's going to call cross-checking on the play. Number 33, Wayne DeCoyne. It's going to go to the box with just 3 minutes to go. So they're going to be on the penalty kill for the remainder of the game if the First Nation team does not score, or Bearspaw First Nation doesn't score. Bearspaw losing the draw. It's going to get sent down, but kept in by LaBelle. Over to the left-hand corner. First to it are the Eagles. They send it down the length of the ice. Behind is Tristan trying to center it, but he'll fan on the puck. Luckily, LaBelle does come out with it, but a lot of pressure here by Travis Gullion. He's not willing to risk any amount of the lead. Cardinal sends one on net and scores, cementing the victory for the Big Stone Eagles. As now just 2 minutes and 10 seconds remain, it's a 5-1 hockey game. Bearspaw First Nation sends it down the ice. First to it is a look behind his own net. Sends it on the boards. Centering feed, they're going to quickly shoot it down as Tristan Bearspaw sends it over to Holloway. And now Baptiste with a breakaway opportunity, but an amazing stick lift there by Huel. Off the pads, trying to center it there. As Dean Dean shooting from distance off the stick and the glass. Bounces to the center. Now to a look. Over to Gladue. Can't quite get through his man. It's going to get banked off the boards there by LaBelle. Turned over, shot. Great shoulder save at first, but then a goal. Off the rebound, Ockmau. Ockmau scoring once again for the Eagles late in this second period. And as the clock dies down to the final 30 seconds, they're going to face off one last time at center ice. Tristan's going to push it aside behind the net for Bearspaw. Over to Jay Dixon, moves it up the ice, gets turned over to Auger, who sends it down the length of the ice. It's going to get blocked for the final 6 seconds of the hockey game. Cutting in front of his net there and backhanding it to neutral ice. As the buzzer rings with the final score being 6-1 for the Big Stone Eagles in this third matchup of the night. Thank you all so much for listening to NHAC TV. I want to once again thank our sponsor, MCS Use, as well as a reminder to make sure to head on to NHAC.ca for 50/50 tickets. Jackpot $5,380. Make sure to head on to grab those 50/50 tickets. I'm Jordan McComb. Thank you all so much for listening, and we'll be back after the break for the next matchup of the Lon River Stars versus the Goodfish Lake. Everybody, and welcome back to NHAC Live TV here at Castle Downs Arena. For the next matchup of the night, we've got the Lon River Stars versus the Goodfish Lake 2. And we're set up for a good 50 minutes of hockey as the clock rings just past the 8:30 marker for the second last game of the broadcast tonight. I'm Jordan McComb, and I'm incredibly excited to be play-by-play for you all watching this one from wherever you are. The Lon River Stars currently one win so far in the tournament. The Goodfish Lake, rather, are looking to get their first win of the tournament. As a quick shot right off the hop here. For Goodfish Lake as they rip another one towards the net. Backhanded in down low from behind the net. Over to their D-man. Goodfish trying to dump it down low. Or excuse me, the Lon River Stars, rather. Now Goodfish head-manning up the ice here on the right side. Down low, drop pass there. On the right-hand circle, shooting towards net, tipped. But no cigar as it comes loose for the Lon River Stars once again, trying to spark a breakout pass there. Up the ice comes Daniel Noski. Noski, with a head full of steam, gets checked off the puck. Centering feed for Damian Rhodes, couldn't get a handle on it. Far pass for Letendre, who shoots it through the behind the net. Jonathan Noski loses it. Damian Rhodes tries to get a glove on the puck. Ends up in the right side corner to behind the net. Back to Rhodes to the point, but Kelson Letendre couldn't keep it in. First to it for the Goodfish Lake. A fight for the puck. First to it's going to be Jackson for Goodfish. Jackson with the puck, shooting on net just wide. Gets caught up in the skates, but out comes Letendre, who shoots it down the ice. For Letendre, brother to brother, over, Noski shooting, on the backhand, scores! Isaiah Letendre, for the first goal of the hockey game on the backhand, outweights the goalie, as they're now a 1-0 lead for the Lon River Stars. Rolston Houle to take the face-off draw here against Matt Iverson Houle. Over to the left side, fakes the shot, ends up in the corner is Michael Letendre. Shoots it around the boards. We've got 4 Letendres and 3 Noskis on this squad, as a Goodfish player backhands it up the ice. Now Michael Letendre shoots it up just past the blue line at neutral ice. Here's Kelsey Auger trying to headman it up to neutral zone, but it's going to get picked off and dumped down low for Goodfish. Trying to spark up with speed. Noski, cross pass, backdoor possibility there, but a fan shot as it ends up once again in the corner on the Michael Letendre stick. 3-on-1 in the corner as it's going to come out once again. Stars as Ward passes the point, shot, whistles wide of the net as that hits the glass. Now over to the other side. Goodfish tries to flick it up past the Stars defenders. Passing up the ice to Ward. Albert Ward. Passing across, shooting off the stick. A great defensive play there. Trying to bank it in on the backhand. Right in front of the net. Couldn't get off the shot away. Now Goodfish in the corner. Being pressured here by Kyle Noski. Excuse me, earlier I said there was 3 Noskis. There's 5 Noskis on this squad. So for the Latondras and Noskis, I will be mentioning their first names while I'm doing it. So try not to be too confused if I'm mentioning a Noski name. It's going to get a long shot that's going to get sticked aside there by Kirby Halcrow. Oh, a cross feed. If he just tapped that back door, it was open, but he decided to hold on to it now. From the ringette line, shot blockered away. Once again, centering feed, scores! Isaiah Latondre once again, his second goal of the hockey game. And the only 2 on the board so far. Face-off win for the Lon River Stars. Blew a tire there was Tristan Noski, and now odd man rush, but coming back in the play just in time was Daniel Noski to bail out his brother. Now Isaiah Latondre gets tripped up on the play, and there will be a penalty. It's going to be a number 59 for Goodfish Lake, as he's going to get a 3-minute minor here for tripping, I believe. The first power play of the night is going to go to the Lon River Stars. The team who has had the offensive going in tonight's game so far. From the top of the circle, they take it in down low. The Stars up to the point for Latondre. Isaiah Latondre passes it in a cross feed on one knee there for the shot was Tristan Noski, but he couldn't get it off. And now flipping it up ice are Goodfish as they look to reset. Pushing it up ice here. Jonathan Noski cross the ice feed over, but couldn't get a handle on it. Was Jonathan Noski. Now Goodfish, Ryder Cardinal moves up the ice. Ryder Cardinal tries to backhand pass it, but it's going to get picked off by Tristan Noski. Backhand fast. One-timer shot, shooting, and it was bobbling in the air on the shoulder. However, it's going to bobble up and keeps it out of the net, as that was hopping on his shoulder for a bit there. Top of the point, a good set of moves there, but it's still loose. It's going to come Goodfish puck. They're going to head man up the ice. Good move there to shoot off his man, as now he ends up in the corner. He'll shoot it to the other side of the ice. Hits in the zone, excuse me, is Jericho Noski. It's going to bounce off the stick of a Goodfish player and head down the length of the ice. It's no icing is going to be the call, as it was just a tip. Passing over with speed, Jericho Noski enters the zone off the backhand, loses in the boards. It's going to go over to Michael Latondre. Over to Lionel Latondre, to his defensive partner in Kelsey Auger. Down low now. It's going to get rimmed off the boards to Auger once again. Down low. Michael Latondre in the corner makes a move to shake off his defender as he tried to make another one but loses the puck. Now in the right side corner to behind the net. Centering feed, shoots, scores! Backdoor tap in for number 13, Rolston Huel. Rolston Huel will get the third goal of the hockey game for the Lon River Stars. as now it's 3-0. Right off the draw, Goodfish loses it, and they get a shot on net. It's going to be sticked aside by their goaltender. Off the boards, trying to center it there, but it's going to go to Loon River Stars D-men.
Excuse me.
Goodfish moves it up the ice, but once again picked off in the neutral zone by Lionel Letendre. Now centering it there for Kyle Noski. Goodfish shooting it down the boards. Kirby Halcrow sending it right back where it came from. And now it's behind the boards once again. Auger shoots it along the boards. It's going to get ticked off and down the length of the ice for icing, as it'll go all the way back into the Loon River Stars zone. If you're just joining us, don't mind the in-rink score. You can take a look at our, it's 3-0. 3-0 Loon River Stars. So don't mind the score right now. It's 3-0 currently for Loon River Stars. As once again it gets sent right down the length of the ice with 14 minutes to go in this first period. Over 10 minutes have gone by, and so far it's been all River Stars, with Kirby Halcrow so far perfect. This comes to the defender. Quick shot from the point, stick save. Now it ends up behind the net, trying to center the feed there for Goodfish. A rebound opportunity. And now through a couple defenders, it's a 2-on-1 opportunity for the Loon Stars. Back door. Couldn't quite get a handle on it there as Jonathan Noski fans on the puck. Now Damian Rhodes on the boards, gets picked off as Goldfish sends it down to the other side of the ice, spinning off his man. Goodfish to the D-man. Goodfish Lake gives it up on the blue line. On the backhand, just wide of the net. Goodfish passing it up the ice, losing it once again in the neutral zone to the defenders of Loon River Stars blue line. Passing it up for a skating Damian Rhodes. Rhodes back up for Jonathan Noski. Kept in, but shot into the pads of a Goodfish player. They backhand it once again into Loon River Stars territory as they'll set up in their own zone. Daniel Noski pressured on the boards. Noski passes it off, now behind the net. Daniel Noski shoots it up forward for Jericho Noski. Jericho on the forehand. Back up to the point. There's a whistle on the play as they had a man down on the other side of the ice. Jerry Jean Burns had lost a stick for Goodfish. And he's going to go straight to the box. Waiting on the call for the official. It's going to be actually on both players. So both Goodfish as well as Tristan Noski is going to end up in the box. And they're going to play, looks to be 5-on-5 hockey. And they're asking for another Stars player to enter the box. Looks like it's going to be number 13, Rolston Huell. And they're going to go all the way down into the Loon River Stars territory as it's going to be a Goodfish Lake power play. I believe this is the first power play for Goodfish Lake of the game. As they face off, and Goodfish so far has had a tough time getting the offense going. Let's see if this power play can spark something, whether that be for the momentum afterwards and ongoing, or just in how they're going to play for the rest of the game. Letendre stops up at the blue line to waste more time. Passes it back to Lionel Letendre. Now over to Daniel Noski. Noski up for Michael Letendre. Michael in the offensive zone behind the net. Trying to keep the puck, trying to play a game of keep away against these Goodfish players. As the longer he has the puck from them, the longer the power play dies down. It's going to get ticked into Goodfish's territory, as almost turned over in front of the net there by Jericho Noski. As now Matt Iverson Huell enters the zone. Huell sends a shot on net right into the netting off of a stick deflection from Kelsey Auger. Goodfish still got a decent amount of time here on the power play. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. Score still 3-0 for the Lon River Stars. And it's going to get sent down the length of the ice. No icing on the call, as the power play is still ongoing for Goodfish. Behind their own net. Goodfish down center ice with speed. Behind the net, continuing to cycle it. A bit of pressure on him, and he rings it around the boards for Kyler Auger to dump it down the length of the ice. It's going to get picked up by their netminder, as Majestic Memnook is going to pick it up behind their own zone. Passing it up, Goodfish. A 3-on-2 on the power play. Shooting from distance off the shin pad of Letendre, Lionel that being. Lionel Letendre now, will he dump it down the ice? He's going to shoot it, and it's going to go off the shoulder of Majestic Memnook. As Goodfish headlines up the ice. Just blasts through the blue line and dumps it in. Now behind the net, Lionel Letendre shooting it. Once again, getting it out of their zone, as Levy Cardinal will have to retrieve it in his own zone. Goodfish flicks it up. Going back up the ice. Backhands it up to the point. And shooting from distance off the pad to the right side corner of Kirby Halcrow. Shooting from behind the net. Long feed. Trying to spark a breakaway opportunity for Isaiah Letendre, but he'll leave the puck in front of the net, as the Goodfish netminer will pick it up. And we've got here Sam, the 50-50 man, here to remind you to buy your 50-50 tickets either online or here at Castle Down Arenas A. The jackpot is over $5,000. You can see it right there on the camera what the jackpot's currently sitting at. So make sure to get your 50-50 tickets online. You can scan the QR code, $5,680. So make sure you scan the QR code, pick up your 50-50 tickets today. Goodfish in their own zone. On the boards, Lon River Stars shoots it in once again. Hits off the side of the net, as they had to tap up back for being offside. Shot from distance, doesn't make it through the traffic. As now from the point, another slap shot. Good pass save, rebound opportunity off the stick. Majestic Memnook behind the net. However, Damien Rhodes intercepts it, sends it in front, but couldn't grab it, was Isaiah Letendre. Isaiah Letendre now pushes through his pressure, however, it leaves the zone. Kelson Letendre sends it over for Jonathan Noski. He'll send it the length of the ice, and that's going to be icing, as you can hear the groans of the players from the bench. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this first period. We've got a good game of action so far here, ladies and gentlemen, as it's 5-on-5 once again, and the Lon River Stars really aren't letting off the gas. Shooting along the boards here for Michael Letendre. Michael Latondra looking for an oncoming Noski. Elects not to pass and instead gives it up for Huel. Huel tries to get a shot away but doesn't find anybody. Huel losing the puck. Goodfish backhanding it back into their own zone in the right-hand corner. Fighting for the puck and pushing it off is Michael Latondra. Latondra now spinning backhand to the corner. Here's Noski behind the net, shooting out in front. And now Goodfish, 3-on-1, skating for the puck, trying to put pressure on Lionel Latondra. Latondra will shake off all of the on-checking forecheckers for Goodfish. As now it'll come back to Latondra in his own zone. Daniel Noski moving up the ice. Noski shooting off the shin pads of a Goodfish defender. Noski shooting. What a glove save there. Goodfish netminer flashes the leather there as he goes post to post to make that glove save. Once again, a big thanks to our sponsors of the broadcast. We've got Roca Modular Homes once again sponsoring the broadcast. Thank you so much. And the backhand trying to center it there. It's going to go to the left side boards. From behind the net, Goodfish trying to center it here. But batting it away and out of trouble was Tristan. First to it's Tristan Noski. Faking it there was Latondra as it sends the length of the ice. Lionel Latondra putting it up nice for Tristan Noski. Up for Kyle Noski. Now, Jonathan on the backhand. Couldn't quite get it as Goodfish sends it up the ice almost all the way. First to it's going to be Levi Cardinal. They're going to wave off icing. So Cardinal loses the puck. And a slap shot from the point, tipped in front of the net. Almost got through Kirby Hallcrow. As now up the ice comes Damian Rhodes. Rhodes passing it over to Jonathan. Just misses the one-time feed. Now from the point, Tristan couldn't get it off. And now sparking for a breakaway. They're going to call off the icing as goaltender Kirby Hallcrow went out to play it. Shooting from distance. It's going to flutter just close to Kirby Hallcrow as he's able to just quickly pick it up there. Referee places down. It's a Goodfish face-off draw victory. They're sending it back down like the Knights. They're going to have to tap up at the blue line to remain onside. Now with speed comes Daniel. Daniel pushing it up over for Isaiah Latondra. And it's going to get swept up in the crease of the Goodfish Lake netminer. If you're just joining us here on NHAC Live TV, we've got a matchup for you of the Lon River Stars, who are currently up 3-0 against the Goodfish Lake here on Friday at Castledown Arena. This is Native Provincial Senior Tournament. As a quick shot from a great pass there ends up in the netting. As Rolston Huel got pretty much everything he could have wanted out of that shot other than the back of the net. Just 1 minute to go left in this first period. Off the draw, the Stars win it. A good spin move there on the backhand. Will he shoot it? It's going to get picked off in front of the net by Goodfish, who try to clear it out of the zone. Set up with speed, can't get it off as he's going to get his pocket picked. But Goodfish, once again, trying to make their way through the ice. Tries to get to the center. On the 5-0 scores! Cutting to the center move. It was a 1-on-4. How did he beat the odds? But he did it. Gets it 5-0, and it ruins the perfect streak that Kirby Halcrow was on. And that cuts their lead down to 2. First half of the hockey game ends in dramatic fashion as what seemed to be an impossible lead has now looked more possible than ever. Just 2 goals behind. As we're going to take a quick break on this intermission, once again, I'd like to remind you 50-50. Scan the QR code on the stream. Jackpot's currently at 5,800. So make sure to get your 50-50 tickets. And we'll be back after this short intermission break. And the refs whistle it down. The players comply. And welcome back for the second half of this exciting matchup of the Goodfish Lake versus the Lon River Stars for our second to last broadcast of the evening. It's a late night, 9 p.m., but that's the best time for men's ice hockey here in Edmonton, Castle Downs Arena. We've got the Alberta Native Provincials on tonight. Over the right side, a long shot, but the Goodfish netminder stands tall between his 2 posts as he stops the first shot he receives this period, just 30 seconds in. Now rimming it behind the boards. Goodfish are definitely looking to pot a few more than they did in the first period if they're looking to win this hockey game. Now on the left side, boards. Battling hard for the puck in the corner. Ends up behind the net. First 2 is Kyler Auger. Sends it in front, bobbling puck. They're going to call a penalty on the play, and another cross-check ensues with another pushing and shoving. A lot of late cross-checks to the back. How is the ref going to call this one? We're going to wait and see. I know for sure we got a lot of excited fans for some physical stuff here tonight, but it looks like definitely number 14 of Goodfish Lake. I believe that's Lyndon Memnook. It's going to head to the box. They're also going to send number 25 of Lon River Stars, Daniel Noski.
Lose the receiver trying to blue here. Is that what happened? No, transmitter. Lose the receiver. Receiver comes to me. It's him. This is the transmitter. This needs power. Let's see.
As the referees continue to settle the penalties. And no matter how much time they spend figuring out these penalties, it's going to be the clock that's going to be ticking, and it's not going to be beneficial for Goodfish. They're calling 5-on-4, so it's going to be power play for Goodfish Lake. Despite the rough stuff, they've got 3 in the box for the Lon River Stars and just 1 in there for the Goodfish Lake. But it's going to be 5-on-4. We'll see on the clock how long they deem this penalty to be. As a good opportunity down low for the Lon River Stars ended up turning into a bad thing. But here's a breakaway opportunity. On the backhand scores! Isaiah Letendre moves it to the backhand off of a great fake. And they extend the lead back to 3. Good move there by Letendre once again. A quick shot right off of the face-off at center ice. All the way down. He almost had a second goal in the span of 10 seconds there. Now Goodfish, Majestic Memnook moves up the ice. Memnook shooting from a tough angle. It's Goodfish continue their power play as that one happened on the shorthanded against. Here's Goodfish in their own zone. Goodfish off the boards. Moves it around to Levy Cardinal. Cardinal spins off his pressure. Head manning it up the ice. Cardinal through the neutral zone and past the blue line. Cardinal on the right side pushes it off the blocker. An easy save there by Kirby Halcrow. As now once again Isaiah Letendre looks like he wants it. Shooting just in the nick of time. The glove save there by Goodfish Lake's netminer, as he just barely was able to come up in time. Couldn't even hold it off that shot. If you can't tell, Isaiah Letendre's got quite a ripper. But here's another shot from Goodfish on the other end. Tries to center it, but it's going to get picked off there by Kelsey Auger. And now, once again, Isaiah Letendre shooting from distance off the blocker and against the boards now. The right side boards to get picked up here by Goodfish Lake. Slap shot from distance right into the crest of Kirby Halcrow, and he'll cover that with ease. No rebounds for Kirby Halcrow as they're up 4-1. His perfect game may not be there, but the win for his stats is definitely in the taking if he can hold down the fort for the next 19 minutes of the hockey game. Face-off win for Goodfish Lake. Taking a shot on net. Another one off the stick on the backhand. What a glove save by Halcrow. He couldn't keep it though. Rebound was available. It comes to their defense. Goodfish on the right side. Shooting. Gets into the shin pads of Lionel Letendre, who will rim it around the boards to an outcoming Kyler Auger. Couldn't quite get it in time out of the box, but he will be first to pressure the puck there, as in the corner he's fighting for it. He brings it back to his defense and Tristan, as Tristan banks it off the boards over to Jericho. Passes it back up. Shooting from distance off the shin pad there was Michael Letendre. Michael makes a good move, tries to center it. 2 behind the net. Here's Jericho. Jericho to the point. Shooting, tipped in front, just missed the net. Jericho once again cuts down low, gets tripped up on the play. Will there be a call? No call on the ice. Goodfish bounces off the boards, but it's kept in by Tristan. First to it's going to be Michael Letendre. Passing out in front, shooting quick and just left of the net once again. Great opportunities all heading wide of that left post. Goodfish tries to send one down the length of the ice to spark a breakaway, but it's going to get picked off halfway there. Tristan behind his own net for the Stars. Passing it up. It's going to just get away from the stick of Michael Letendre, and it'll go down the length of the ice for an icing. What an exciting sequence of events. Referees holding up their arms as the icing brings them back down to the Lon River Stars zone. They'll win it back, however, and they'll rim it around the boards. Here's once again Isaiah Letendre with a step to the net, shooting off the crossbar and out. You blinked and that shot was already gone. Jonathan now on the left side board trying to grab it, but Goodfish comes out of their zone through neutral ice. Stick lifted. Down low now. Trying to center it to the deep man. Long shot ends up high into the netting. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. My voice is just about on its last leg. Now on the face-off. Trying to win it back. Unable to as the Stars flick it up ice. Try to be kept in there by Goodfish. So they call offside right off that play. Offside zone draw. Up ice comes Albert Ward. Stops at the blue line, passes it over to Damian Rhodes. Rhodes, sharp angle shot, doesn't make it through traffic. Now on the right side corner, back to Damian Rhodes. Trying to center it once again. No luck as Goodfish will get the puck. A long slap shot fake. Real shot comes and off the shin pads of Lionel Letendre. Quick cover up there by Kirby Halcrow as it'll be once again a defensive zone draw for the Lon River Stars in their own zone. Levy Cardinal to take the draw for Goodfish. Tries to cross-check the back of Rolston Huel as they'll send it along the boards. Now 2-on-1 opportunity. Was it offside? No, they will call it fine as they rim it around the boards. Stars looking to extend this lead. And a cross-check into the boards there by Cardinal. And there will be a call on the play as the referee's got his arm up. Ends up behind the net. Spin pass out in front. Shoot. Scores! From Michael Letendre to Rolston Huel off a great centering feed for the backdoor tap-in. The lead has been extended to 5-1. Once again, another big thanks to Roca Modular Homes for sponsoring this broadcast as we're heading on now to a 4-goal hockey game lead as the Lon River Stars have really run away with this one. Winning the draw is Goodfish. Quick shot from the point as now the Lon River Stars sends it back in their own zone. Passing it on from D-man to D-man. Kyler O'Shea losing it back to Lionel Letendre. Letendre from the ringette line shooting. It goes high up into the netting. It's going to be a defensive zone draw for Goodfish Lake. Now behind the net, Damian Rhodes had a chance in front, but he gets caught up in the skates. Now it's over for Jonathan. Jonathan Noski. Over to Kelsey Auger. Shoots in front, wide open net. Trying to pass once again for that backdoor feed, something that the Lon River Stars are all too familiar with. Quick shot here. Great pad save as goaltender Goodfish Lake was able to hug the post on that one. And there's going to be a call on the play, as I think Isaiah Letendre is going to go to the box alongside number 77 for Goodfish Lake. It's going to be a cross-checking for both players. And this is a good time as ever to once again mention 50-50 tickets. So make sure to go to NHAC 50-50 Jackpots, currently just over $6,000. So scan the QR code on screen to get your 50-50 tickets. Goodfish entering the zone. Shooting from distance. Off the pad and over to the right side boards. Jonathan passing, trying to get on the backhand stick of Jericho. And from behind the net, off the skate of a Goodfish player. Almost there. So now Goodfish enters the zone with little resistance. Losing the puck. Tries to shoot for the long pass, but it's an easy cover here for Kirby Halcrow.
But if I switch it now, then it'll turn off the hockey. You can't see what's on screen right now? You can't see what's on screen? No, there's no longer. Switch it up. Here, open up your camera and show something.
Winning it there, Lon River Stars. To neutral ice with speed, Kyle almost got to the puck. He'll make a diving effort for the final shot, but he will get nothing on that, as now the other way with numbers comes the Goodfish Lake. Some behind the play extracurriculars here, as Kelson Letendre is caught up in something here, but he's not going to let anything happen. They want to fight. The Goodfish player for sure wants to fight. As now, toe drag shot. It's going to get caught up in the pads. And the referee's going to blow the whistle here, as Kelson Letendre there was egging on number 10, Jerry Jean Burns, who was looking for a fight for about 2 minutes there as the play was ongoing behind the play. Whether or not the ref's going to give him anything, he had his hand up the whole time. Yep, it's going to go to Jerry Jean Burns, as now Goodfish are going to be on the penalty kill. Five on four for the next 3 minutes for the Lon River Stars. As if their lead wasn't harrowing enough, they now have a chance to score for the next 3 minutes. Jericho. Backhand pass up the ice for Daniel. Moving it up to Michael. Michael loses the puck. It's going to get picked off here. As number 21 for the Goodfish Lake headmans it up ice. It's going to get picked off at the blue line, actually, as the Stars make a good pass cross crease, or cross the ice rather, over to the blue line. Back up. Passing it down low. Shooting it from the corner off I believe a little piece of that hit the Goodfish netminder and into the netting. With 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this second period. The 5-goal lead, or 4-goal lead rather. As Goodfish rims it around the boards. Letendre keeps it in. Albert Ward over to the right side for Kyler Auger. Auger backhands it up for Daniel. Daniel to the left side, points, quick shot there, but nothing came of it as now once again Letendre tries to feed the back door there for Ward, but he couldn't get it off quick enough. So there's a stick in the way from a Goldfish player. Moving it up the ice off the skate there. It's Goodfish. Moves in the right side corner. Passes it up front for the stick. Bounces off a couple players. Albert Ward picks it up. Over to Isaiah Letendre. Shooting off the stick and out of play of a Goodfish Lake player. As both teams seem to be cooling off for the final 5 minutes and 50 seconds of this hockey game. We saw in one of the previous matchups a 7-0 victory before they called it the game. So whether or not that's the mercy number for this tournament, I'm not quite sure. I'll try to check. However, the Lon River Stars continue this one up, I believe, 5-1. Goodfish exit out their zone. Goodfish gets it poked out of between their legs as Letendre, Isaiah Letendre on the left side, trying to center it, but a good stick there, get in the way of that pass. Passing it up ice, almost intercepted there, but Daniel moves it up for Letendre. Isaiah Letendre shooting from a sharp angle. Couldn't quite get above the shoulder. Was trying to pick a very precise spot there as Goodfish just barely offside on that one as some frustration boils over here. Offside's going to be the call on the play. Goodfish half win it, but it comes back to the Stars D. As now Michael Letendre moves up the ice. Good move to get center as he'll pass it off. Letendre in the corner. Michael giving it up. As once again, a few more sticks got in the way there. Now behind the net. Backhands out in front off the skate. And now Goodfish sprung for a breakaway. Quick shot off the post. It rings the iron. Centering feed. Couldn't handle it as it was just between the skates. And Goodfish, off of a great opportune play, are unable to capitalize. And with 3 minutes to go, they are still down by 4. Behind their own net, Tristan sits and rings it around the boards for Michael. Backhands it, trying to hit Kyle. However, unable to do so as he was just behind the play. Jericho now in his own zone gives it off for Goodfish player. A big check there on Michael, but the referee's gonna call that one as it looked like a clean hit check from up here. However, With just 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go, the referee doesn't want any rough stuff to finish out this one, so he's going to send him right to the box. Refs quickly whistle it off. Backhand over to Albert Ward. Keeps with the puck. Ward with a shot on net. Good glove save there, or excuse me, blocker. Now Goodfish headlines up the ice. It's going to be called offside, unfortunately, because almost a breakaway opportunity. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned a 4-goal lead. It's actually 5-goal lead now. It's just a little late to come on the scoreboard. And now a 2-on-1 opportunity. Shooting from a sharp angle, trying to catch it in the air was Isaiah Latendre for the rebound. But unfortunately, couldn't quite have the hand-eye coordination enough to smack that puck in the net. Now Goodfish up the lane with speed, unable to capitalize on that ensuing rush. 30 seconds to go. Isaiah backhand passes, gets in between the skates of Daniel. He's unable to keep it. Tries to send Jonathan off for a breakaway. Now in the offensive zone, Goodfish breakout with speed. 1-on-2 here for Ryder Cardinal. Tries to send it up above the shoulder, hits the crossbar and out, and accidentally runs into the referee as the final few seconds of the frame run out. And that'll do it. The Lon River Stars win 6-1 against the Goodfish Lake. And that'll do it for the hockey game. Thank you all so much for listening to NHAC Senior Provincials in Alberta, Castle Downs Arena. Once again, a big thanks to our sponsor, Roca Modular Homes, for helping us out with this broadcast, as well as the 50-50 tickets, helping fund this whole tournament, and the charities involved, and just a lot of great things. So make sure to head on to 50-50. We got a crazy high jackpot, and above $6,000 already. And this is just day one of the tournament. So purchase your 50-50 tickets online. And we're going to see you after this short break. I'm Jordan. I had a blast, and I will see you for our final hockey game soon in just a short while. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NHAC Live TV. I'm Jordan McComb, and here we are in the last matchup of the night with the Chippewan Prairie Wolves taking on the Buffalo Lake. Buffalo Lake's in blue, Prairie Wolves in green. We've got the last matchup of the night here as just 50 more minutes of hockey before we're set to take a night off, or excuse me, sleep it off and come back early morning, 8 a.m. for the next batch of games, as we've got live coverage of the rink here in Castle Downs from 8 a.m. all the way till 8 p.m. tomorrow night. So make sure you stay tuned for as long as you can tomorrow, as well as consider purchasing 50/50 tickets online. We've got a jackpot currently sitting just under $6,200. So scan the QR code on screen to get a chance at winning that money. And here we are. First face-off winner will go to the Buffalo Lake as they send it over to Hayden Delorme as he sends it down the length of the ice. Dustin Nakohu pushes it through, but Buffalo once again sends it down into the zone of the Prairie Wolves. Prairie Wolves off the boards. Here's Gene. Gene shooting right into the glove. A great save there by Jed Houle. Deneau beating it. Gene picks it up on the blue line. Gene gets his pocket picked in neutral ice, but he'll fight back for possession of that puck. As Nokahu wins it and has a step to the net. Nokahu shooting off the iron and out. Rebound shot fanned on that one by Montgrad. Montgrad pushing it up for Boucher. Now over to the left wing side once again for Nokahu. Now for the point, trying to keep it in there, but unable to, as it's at center ice for Lance Boucher. Over to Hainaut. Trying to pass it over for Erwin Montgrand, but unable to keep it in the zone. Losing the puck rather, as Montgrand pushes it up through neutral ice for Gene. Through the legs on the backhand. Gene cuts behind the net. Still with the puck, tries to go through the legs of Eric Hamelin. But he'll ring it around the boards for Matt Belhumer. Over to Dallas Jackson. Jackson pushes it back up on the backhand. Back to Jackson. Shooting, trying to get a tip out front, but it goes wide of the net as Matt Belhumer once again passes from the point. Shooting just wide of the net. Gene picks it up on the right-hand side. Falls into his own player as he gets tripped up. No call on the play. Over to Envier. Envier almost for the backdoor tap in there, but Boucher couldn't get a stick on it as he'll head in for a change as Buffalo heads up the ice. A long shot there by Corey Reed, and the defenseman for the Prairie Wolves will have it in their own zone. Up ice comes Marvin Hanvier. Losing the puck there for Dayton Partaker. Partaker behind the net, losing it to his own man, but now to Buffalo. Hands up on the right side. Trying to shoot through the stick of Hainaut, but unable to get anything on that, as now it's on the left side in the corner. Hainaut centers it at a quick shot there, but a better save by Trey Laprie in net for the Prairie Wolves. It's almost 10 p.m. here in Edmonton for this Senior Native Provincial Tournament as we continue to bring you cover here on NHAC. Prairie Wolves with it in their own zone. Tyler Hainaut Passes to his defensive partner who sends it up the ice for Hanvier. Unable to control it, but he'll tip it in as they'll head it in. Forechecking is Hanvier, backhanding it behind the net. Neil Hanvier trying to put some pressure on that. Now comes back to Hainaut. Hainaut with speed, driving into the zone on the left side. Passing out in front, a wide open net, but Boucher couldn't get the shot away. And slipping on that one to the ground. Boucher behind the net, centering feed, quick shot. Hanvier couldn't get it. Once again goes through the stick as the pass was just a little bit hard. And it goes once again down the length of the ice. Now another odd man rush here. Boucher shoots it off the post. You could hear the iron all the way from the broadcast point here in Castle Downs as that smacked the iron really nice and hard as it ends up back in the offensive zone here for Buffalo. These long stretch passes for Chippewa Prairie Wolves have been quite successful so far. Let's see if the Buffalo Lake will be able to recognize that and find a defensive play to counter it. And a quick shot here, scores! Hayden DeLorme, number 13 for Buffalo Lake, scores the first of the matchup despite an onslaught of Prairie Wolves' chances on the other end. The first one's going to come up Buffalo Lake as it's a 1-0 hockey game after the first 5 minutes of the game have been played. 19 minutes and a bit over 19 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this first period. We still got a lot of hockey to play. Over to the left side, Buffalo. Flipping it up ice with speed. Coming, Dallas Jackson. Losing the puck in the corner, but lifting the stick of Tyler Hainaut. So it goes down the ice. Excuse us as there's some mic troubles here in Castle Downs Arena with the speaker system. Jean picks it off at center ice with speed on the right side. Jean, breakaway, backhand, shooting. What a save there by Jed Huell. The backhand sends the puck flying just above him. He's able to capture it and keep it out of the back of the net on a player who has quite the skating ability. Winning it back. Shooting off the stick of Jed Huell. Into the netting it goes, and the stoppage of play. The referee once again sets up on the left side. Right side of Jed Huell. Montgrand pushes it back to his D-man in Hainaut. Hainaut now down low. Back up to Jean. Jean on the backhand. Back to Montgrand in a slap shot, but pad saved by Jed Huell once again. Back over to Montgrand. To Nokahu. Slap shot from distance. What a glove save. Jed Huell standing on his feet here early in this first period. How long will he be able to hold on to this onslaught of offense here from the Prairie Wolves? Buffalo Lake's going to have to help them out and get some chance of their own on the other end. They're currently up 1-0, but the shots are definitely in favor of the Prairie Wolves so far. Over to Nokahu. Fakes the shot, then rips one to the net. Gets caught up in the skates, and first to it is Julian Howes. Jean picks it up. Spins off his man. Trying to pass out in front, unable to, as it's going to come into the left side corner. Out comes Jean with it, trying to backhand center it in front. But Tristan Bork had it and backhanded it back into the left side boards, or right side boards rather. Over to Hainaut. Crossing to the ice for Jean. Passing to Montgrand. right into the crest of Jed Huell. As Montgrand and Jean love to have a great passing plays between them. They've got some chemistry. Once again, on the right side boards, right of Jed Huell. Envier's taking the draw, but they're going to kick out the Buffalo center. Back over to Hano. Shooting on net. Buffalo tries to clear it, but it's going to be kept in. And a long shot scores! Envier, brother to brother, defensive to forward for the tip 5-hole score. Finally beating Jed Huell on many great quality attempts that they had in the offensive zone. And we're just passing the first 10 minutes of the hockey game now as they face off. It's a tie 1-1 hockey game. Both these teams lost their previous matchup today. 8-1 loss for Buffalo Lake, as it was an 8-0 loss for the Prairie Wolves earlier today. So both teams definitely looking for their first win of the tournament and hoping to keep it in. A quality chance on the other side of the ice by Matt Bellumer, who was unable to get the cross-crease feed, as now that they're out of their zone and being productive on the other side of the ice. Here comes Dallas Jackson passing out front. A quick shot from a sharp angle as Corey Reed in his own zone for Buffalo. Pushes it up ice. Over to Hayden DeLorme. Hayden DeLorme makes a move, tries to go through the legs there. Unable to pass through, and now 2-on-1 the other way for the Wolves. Shooting, unable to get past Jed Huell. As now Buffalo 2-on-2 the other way, rather 3-on-2. As up comes DeLorme to join the play. DeLorme on the backhand, trying to feed the backdoor tap in for Eric Hamlin. Buffalo keeping in their offensive zone. And now up ice. This is going to be kicked by the Prairie Wolves into Buffalo zone. They're going to make headway through the neutral zone, just past the blue line. Onto his forehand, gets picked off right along the ringette line. Jean just caught offside there, but it's going to be delayed, so Buffalo's going to regroup in their own zone. Backhand, up ice. Just past the blue line. Tristan Bourque. Bourque wraps around the net. Sends it over to his defenseman and Corey Reed. Back to Bourque. One-timer across the ice for DeLorme. Unable to get everything he wanted out of that shot. As now with plenty of speed, Bouchier shooting just high of the net. As Bouchier beat his man clean with plenty of speed. As Hayden DeLorme now the other way, drop feed here. Unable to get the shot away through the stick of Caden Morris. Now the Wolves once again, 2-on-1 opportunity. Jean shooting left of the net. As now Buffalo once again on the other side of the ice. Caden Kalu loses the puck to Bouchier. Bouchier with plenty of speed on him, as we just saw. As now Caden Morris moves up to Jean. Jean tries to push through. He gets tripped up on the play. Referee's shaking his head. No call. Tyler Hainaut for the Wolves in his own zone. Hainaut passes it up for Jean, who tips it down low as Corey Reed retrieves it in his own zone. Corey Reed pushes it up ice. It misses so many players and finds itself dead center ice from one end to the other. That's an icing. Face off in the offensive zone for the Wolves. Over to Hainaut on the D. Long shot. It's read the whole way, but a rebound was given, and Jed Houle had to be extremely athletic with that save as he reached out his right pad, and a penalty on the play here from defenseman Dustin Nokahu as he stuck out the shoulder and forced a Buffalo player to tumble to the ice. Or rather, it's going to be Ashton Cornell that's headed to the box. No, I was correct in the first one. Nokahu. It's going to be a tripping play called. Javier to take the draw up against Eric Hamelin. Back over to their D. Corey Reed trying to cut to center it. It's going to get lost. Sticka Jean tries to send it up ice for Janvier. Neil Janvier almost was able to capture it. But Buffalo now up the other way through the blue line. Down the right side. Bouncing off the boards, loses possession, and it's going to send down the length of the ice once again. Power play for Buffalo. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining as they look to head up ice. Backhanding it up. Trying to rim it around the boards and send it down once again. First to it's going to be Hayden DeLorbe. Hayden DeLorme moving it up ice. On the left-hand side, shot down by Caden Maurice. On the left side, shooting from a sharp angle, but hugging the post and making the save there was Trey Laprie. He makes a good set of stops. Once again, Tristan Bork passing off to his defensive partner as Hayden DeLorme sends it down. Dallas Jackson couldn't keep it in, and now Jean with plenty of speed on the right side. Jean all alone, cuts to the forehand, but read all the way by Jed Houle as he keeps it out. Houle has had Jean's number so far tonight, as he's been one of the greatest players, but hasn't got past Jed Houle yet. Whether it be his tremendous shot or incredible speed, he's found his way through defenders, but not yet Jed Houle. Here's Jean once again, a toe drag through the legs on the backhand, tries through the legs shot, but it goes wide of the net. I mean, you see what I mean? Jean's just trying everything out there. Just fanning on the final shot of that spectacular play he was attempting. Eric Hamlin now backs it up in his own zone. Flicks it up for an ensuing Matt Bellumer. Shooting from distance, but it gets caught in the stick of Hano as it's blocked. And Hano sends it down the length of the ice to kill the final seconds remaining on this Buffalo power play. Game still tied at 1. Buffalo looking to move it up ice. Hayden DeLorme. DeLorme and Julian Howes. DeLorme losing it in the corner. Over to Daniel Bork. Loses it and tries to get through the skates, and now it's a 3-0. Montgrand with the breakaway tries to backhand it through the legs of Jed Houle, but nothing to come as Jed Houle once again proving why he's a spectacular goaltender in this tournament, one to be feared for sure. And once again, a big thanks to our sponsor, Strathcona Resources, for helping make this broadcast possible. We appreciate all our sponsors here on NHAC Live TV on YouTube. It's a backhand feed there. Maurice now backhanding it up to Hano. Hano starts to drive it in, stops up on the play to Boucher. To left side. thinking about shooting, tries the backdoor tap in. Montgrad still loose and sprawling out for the save. Jed Huel, but too many sticks out in front. They were unable to pull the trigger on the open net. Now in the left corner, looking for that centering pass. Over to Hano on the right side. Back across. Down low once again, driving the net. Backdoor once again possible. Hano shooting just wide of the net and rushing to keep it in there as Boucher is able to. He tries to flick it up. And Boucher collects again. Boucher. And tripped up on the play, no call. Over to Jean. Fans on collecting that puck. Jean with it in his skates, makes a move. Another one on the backhand, passes it across. Not before getting ticked by a Buffalo stick. Jean shooting off the stick of Jed Huel. Once again, Jean thinks he has a step to the net, tries to pass it out in front for Maurice. Hano now behind the net in the right side corner. Hano up for Jean, back to Hano. Hano shooting, backdoor, missed by an inch. And Buffalo's able to clear with 1 minute 20 seconds remaining on this Prairie Wolves power play. Jean loses the puck to the Sabres, but they're able to almost pick it off. And the Sabres are able to kill some more time off this power play. Janvier to pressure. It's going to work. Shot from the hash marks. Great save by Jed Huel. Had to make a point blank stop there. Buffalo able to stop it from getting in their own zone. A long pass ends up into a Buffalo defender stick. With just 30 seconds to go on this power play, they enter the zone. Over to Jean on the right side. Jean holds, waits, shoots, scores! I think that many people didn't quite know what happened at the moment, but if I'm not wrong, Dwayne Jean scores his first of the night and captures the first Prairie Wolves lead as well. As Dwayne Jean just got past the glove there as Jed Huel almost had it but wasn't able, as the shot was so hard it almost seemed to go through it. But it just wasn't solid enough and fluttered in after tipping off the glove. Now backhanded up for Javier. Javier in the right side corner. Here's Buffalo once again. It's going to get picked off by Hano. Hano shooting, scores. Tyler Hano gets his first of the night as well, as now it's a 3-1 hockey matchup and the floodgates have opened. Jed Huel they have found Jed Huel's weaknesses and they are taking advantage with 2 minutes 30 seconds, or a little over 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this first half. And actually, I believe it's Janvier, and I've been pronouncing it a little bit incorrectly. Apologies for that. I'll be saying Janvier for the remainder of the game because I'm assuming it's French pronounced. As now Buffalo. Eric Hamelin moving in. Down low, Hamelin. Backhands it up in front. What a bad save there. Rebound opportunity, but it's going to get picked off for the breakaway. Here comes Nokahu shooting right into the glove of Jed Huel. Great goaltending displays on both ends of the ice. 33 Jed Huel and 30 Trey Laprise. trying to win it back, but unable to do so for the Prairie Wolves. Dallas Jackson ends up winning that draw as Buffalo makes their way up ice. On the right side here, Corey Reed. Reed on the backhand. One hands it behind the net. Corey Reed tries to send it out in front, unable to do so. Collision in the left side corner as it's going to get rimmed around the boards for Montgrad. Montgrad picks up the puck for Gene. Gene with speed, trying to make a move around his man. Gene now, toe drag release. You blink and you miss it, but Jed Hool sure didn't, as it ends up right into his glove with just under 30 seconds to go in this first half. It's a win for the Prairie Wolves, but first two, it's going to be Buffalo. Buffalo, 2-on-1. Passing it over. Quick shot, falling to the ice there was Trey Laprise, and Buffalo was unable to capitalize on the opportunity. As the first period comes to a close, it's currently 3-1 for the Prairie Wolves against Buffalo Lake. We're going to take a short break for this first small intermission. We'll be right back. Make sure to buy your 50/50 tickets online at NHAC.ca, or you can scan the QR code. The jackpot's currently sitting at $6,280. So make sure you buy your 50/50 tickets online, and we'll see you after this short break. And we're back as the face-off win will go to Buffalo, but it's going to get picked off on their first zone entry attempt. As now sprawling with speed is Gene. Up ice, Gene on the backhand to forehand. Tries to get through the pads, gets tripped up. Backdoor shot, scores! What a effort there by Gene, and a great play to continue it as Hano passed it to, I believe, Montgrad for the goal as they extend the lead now to 4-1. Very early in this second half. In the first half, we saw a lot of time with plenty of chances. Trying to center it there. And here comes Gene once again with that signature speed. Can anyone keep up with it? Smacked off his stick, however, in the right side boards. He'll lose it. It's going to get knocked out of the zone. Referee's going to say it's going to be a defensive zone draw for Buffalo. Bouchier nearly wins it back, but instead it's going to be Buffalo. Eric Hamlin pushes it up ice over to Matt Bellemare. Bellemare with a chance to rebound. Another shot. And once again in the pads of Trey Laprise. He's been a stone wall so far, only allowing one of the many shots against. Face-off dot on the right side of Laprie. One back for the Wolves, but kept in by Buffalo. Maurice passing it up for Bouchier. Bouchier unable to handle it. So come all the way down the length of the ice for Maurice. Off the boards. Now Bouchier gets tripped up on the play, but no call as the officials deemed it puck first. Buffalo comes with it. Bork with a shot attempt, but it ends up behind the net. Off the skate, Bouchier with a wide open breakaway. Bouchier, forehand, glove saved by Jed Huell. As Bouchier didn't quite have the handles available, as Jed Huell makes another great stop. Janvier wins the faceoff back. Janvier trying to pass it out. He successfully does, all alone, shooting with plenty of time. Scores! Great pass from Janvier to find a wide open man out in front. As it's going to be Marvin Janvier, brother to brother once again. Pushing it up ice there. Buffalo head manning it up ice. Nearly gets through a few more players. Backhand softly pushed towards net. It's going to find itself on the right or left hand boards. Pushing up ice with it. Partaker passes over to his defenseman. Hano moves up ice. Hano tries a through the leg move, but to no avail as Buffalo picks it off in their own zone. Rims it off the boards, trying to hit Dallas Jackson. Now it's over for Corel Caillou. Janvier picks it up, passes over to Janvier, and now Dayton Partaker's with him. Draw pass for Dayton Partaker. Partaker shooting on net. Gets pushed aside behind the net. Janvier tries to shoot it out in front as Caillou will pick it up. Caillou headmans the offense for Buffalo. Ends up in the left side boards. Coming out with it, and what a move there on net. Hayden DeLorme's had a few set of chances where he nearly had a break to it. And now Montgrand, what a toe drag opportunity there. Quick shot there. Bouchier almost had a backdoor slap shot. Net 2 feet from the net with nobody on him. Jeans back out there. Shoots it down the length of the ice, but Bouchier all alone on the right side. Shooting from distance. Hits off the blocker. It's going to get rebounded to Montegrand. Trying to get shot out from Buffalo. Unable to. As Howes now shoots it down the ice into the hands of Prairie Wolves defenseman. Now Jean. 2-on-2. Jean trying to create some room for himself. Montgrand ends up being offside, and the refs are going to find that and bring it back to the right side dot. Closing in on Jed Huell's end of the ice. Jean backhands it back for Maurice. Sends it up ice. Great move there. Over to Jean on the right side. Jean down low, passes behind the net. Pushes up, a quick shot there by Bouchier, unable to pull the trigger on that one. Dwayne Jean over to the left-hand side in front from a one-shot opportunity. Hano got blocked as Bouchier once again passing over to Hano. trying to center that one. First to it. Montgrad. It's kept in by Hano. Chipping it up for Bouchier. Bouchier cutting to the middle. Bouchier gets it caught in the skates as Buffalo, now at center ice, elects to pass it over to Tristan Bork. Bork on Hano. Good defense there by Hano, forcing it into the corner. Out comes Gene with the puck as he'll make his way up ice with ease. Gene finds a step to the net, scores! Gene, what a shot! As backhand to forehand in less than a split second, and it was in the back of the net over the right shoulder of Jed Huell.
Goal from number 46, assisted by 18.
Bouchier taking the draw. Back to Maurice. Tipped in by Bouchier. Buffalo. Hayden DeLorme. Headmanning up ice. DeLorme on the right side, shooting off the iron. Left side, DeLorme, toe drag. Unable to release that one in time. As DeLorme sends it down into the zone. Passing it out in front. And banked off the boards. And now Bouchier with a step to the net. On the forehand, shoots it, but didn't have much there, as a good defensive play there by Hunter Joe. And slap shot opportunity from the hash marks there. Prairie Wolves continuing to stay on it, as now Hayden DeLorme once again heads up ice, passes it off, and a good glove save there by Trey Laprie as he windmills it down and flashes the leather on that one. Face-off win for Buffalo. Back to their D. Rims it around behind the net. Corey Reed to pick it up. Corey Reed pushes through his defender. Now behind the net. Finds himself in a battle with Janvier. Reed comes out, backhands it into left side corner. An outcome with it. Dayton Partaker trying to pass it over for Janvier. Janvier off the shin pads, trying to go brother to brother. Ends up shooting this one just high of the net. Now on the right side, Nokahu keeps it in. Fakes the shot. This time he'll shoot. Trying to look for a tip there. Never makes it to the net. Now Buffalo. Coming up ice on the right side. Trying to get past Maurice. Makes a move, but Maurice is too stable on that, his stick there. Now, step to the net, backhand, rebound opportunity. Trying to wrap around the net. From the point, slap shot tipped, scores! Will they call it a goal? It looked like below the bar to me, but the goaltender seems to be injured on the play. Trey Laprie, their only goaltender on the roster, mind you. So he's going to have to get up if he wants to continue to play this one. If their team wants to continue to play. The referees explaining to the coaches the call on the play. Goaltender Trey Laprie is still down after this shot. I believe the goal did count as they signaled it a good goal on the play. Buffalo's asking for a stoppage of the clock while they wait for their goaltender to get ready, and Trey Lepre comes back up. I believe he got a stick to the face on that play. I'm not 100% sure exactly what ended up happening. But you can go back in the stream and check it out for yourself. Actually, so can I. As they're ready to set it up once again. So yeah, here was the shot. And it did look like, okay, it looked like a neck injury, actually, as the stick got caught up in the neck on the follow-through from the shot after watching the replay. Regardless, Buffalo is down another goal, or excuse me, up another goal. Jean enters with speed, cuts to the middle, passing it off to Janvier, scoots and scores. Janvier from Jean once again. Dynamic duo, you could say, as both these players have amounted to plenty of goals. Once again, I want to thank the broadcast Strathcona for helping sponsor the broadcast. We appreciate all our sponsors here on NHAC TV Live. And now Buffalo on the left side. Jean shoots it up for Bouchier. Has a step to the net. Shooting off the pad. Rebound came back to him. But it's defended by Hayden DeLorme. It's going to get flicked up ice there. Eric Hamlin now on the right side tries to cut to the center. Hamlin gets it stopped up around the hash marks. Jean now looking up ice. One hand passes to himself, shooting, and that whistles right into the face mask of Jed Huell. Janvier shoots it down the length into their zone. Jean picks it up. Backshanded to Janvier, shooting off the blocker and into the mesh. Great save there by Jed Huell. And great find there once again by Jean. Scores currently 7-2 for the Prairie Wolves against Buffalo Lake. Both teams yet to record a victory in the tournament so far. Prairie Wolves currently set to get their first one on this late afternoon game on a Friday night. Shooting. Almost getting it. So now it's sent down the length of the ice. And it's going to be Cordell Caillou to chase. Passing it up ice. Over to Partaker. Partaker, a long feed for Janvier across the ice. And it goes right off the face mask of Jed Huell. Now Buffalo moving into their offensive zone. On the left side, trying to cut center. Now Bouchier. Back and forth action here. Bouchier with Janvier. Janvier almost on a breakaway if he could have handled that puck on the backhand. But just had a bit of too much meat and potatoes on that one as he was unable to hold it. Partaker now in the left side corner. Back behind the net. It's going to get flicked out of the zone by Caillou. Over to Bouchier, springs in for a breakaway. Bouchier shooting, scores! Bouchier sees the open left side, left there by Jed Hool, takes advantage as that's going to be a blocker side shot and score. As now the Prairie Wolves amount to 8-2 in this hockey game with a 6-goal lead. Face-off win for Buffalo. Hayden DeLorme got pressured off the puck there. It's now Buffalo's. Hayden DeLorme wins it. DeLorme tries to cut through 2 players. Maurice now passes it up ice. Bouchier with Bouchier, brother to brother. Just misses the stick as it gets flicked up and into the netting for another stoppage of play with just 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this hockey game. Bouchier to take the draw, wins it back for Deneau, or Hayno. Hayno spins off his pressure through the legs in the right-hand corner, centers it. Trying to backhand feed for the back door, but nobody's there. Hayno picks it up once again with plenty of speed. Tries to through the legs one more time. Spin, pass, shoots, scores. What a pass by Hayno as he casually skates the length of the ice, as that'll do it for the game. 7 goals as the Prairie Wolves take this one 9-2 against Buffalo Lake. I want to thank everybody so much for listening to the broadcast tonight and remind you that the current jackpot's at $6,380. So make sure you scan the QR code and get your 50-50 tickets for tonight. This was NHAC Seniors Provincials Native Tournament here in Alberta. I'm Jordan McComb. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. We're going to be live 8 a.m. tomorrow for Game 1 of Saturday to see who will go on for Championship Day on Sunday here at Castle Downs Arena. Thank you all so much for listening, and have a good night.